Olá, Mendeles.
Welcome to Sebring, and welcome to the Sebring 6 Hours here from World Sim Series. So we're towards the end of the DPI qualifying session. It is Sean Clark Racing on pole position by about 1.3 seconds. This place, well, it is quite legendary here at Sebring. It's an old airfield. It's an old airbase converted now into a racetrack. And, well, the drivers, they'll have to respect the bumps today. Looking at P10 at the moment with Aeronautica Racing. And on pole position in the GT3s, it's Sean Clark Racing GT3, RL FDV Shizokor Duo are second, and Velociraptor Racing Team will start in third. So the qualifying sessions are split between the classes. And now it's the DPIs with 8.5 minutes to go. It's very much still on the cards for teams to improve. Tracknard Racing go up into third. Second now for Attack Sim Racing. Positions changing, but again, Sean Clark Racing on pole position by quite a bit at the moment. We'll see if anybody can find some improvement in any of the sectors. Right now, fastest lap, 46.660. The race will start in the early morning hours here in Florida, and we'll be heading into daytime for a daytime finish here at Sebring. And I'm joined today not by Lodinas, but by Lucas.
Hello, everyone. Let's go for a clean and nice race today.
Yeah, let's hope for some clean racing. It's a lot of cars out on circuit. Got 34 machines. And should see some very, very nice action. Don't be afraid that you don't see any of the GT3 cars on the left-hand side of your timing board. We'll see that once the race gets underway. We just don't have the timing data for that. But if you do want to see the live timing data today, you can head on over to worldsimseries.com and you can watch all the live timing from today's race. You see Naira in the Sean Clark Racing DPI. Big advantage, 1.3 seconds. Where do you find 1.3 seconds to be on pole at Sebring?
Yeah, that's a lot of time.
It is a huge gap to be so far up at Sebring. Even I'd call it strange to be so far up at Sebring. It's not a racetrack normally where it's a racetrack where drivers race a lot, so they know the track, they know the bumps, but clearly maybe the setup also coming in. These DPIs, pretty complex race cars.
Maybe using... Yeah, he's using soft tires. Maybe that's helping him.
Well, everybody's on soft tires. It's nighttime qualifying.
I think Matas is on mediums. Only car on mediums from DPIs. Apex Assassins.
Yep, he is on the mediums, but 2.6 seconds down at the moment.
Yeah.
So maybe the medium's not working as well as he might want them to. Big gaps.
Maybe he's got something in his strategy.
For qualifying?
For a race, maybe he's testing out.
Could be, but I mean, starting 11th, you're losing quite a bit of time already. Actually, very good final sector from the Aeronautica team. They match what Sean Clark Racing has been able to do with that 24.0. The final sector, it's pretty much one long straightaway, and then you head into Sunset Corner. We'll not be seeing sunset, we'll be seeing sunrise, so it's a little bit different at Sebring. Normally you get the sun in your eyes as you're coming down Sunset. Well, now you're not going to have that. You'll have cars You'll have drivers looking at the sun as they enter turn 1, most likely. Oh. Once the sun does come up.
Yeah. Yeah, that should be.
It's 5:45 right now in Sebring. But the sun should start rising, I think, in about an hour's time.
So we are gonna have a little bit of running still in the dark.
Yep, so 6:54 should be sunrise. So in exactly an hour. Well, a bit more, an hour and 10 minutes or so.
Just enough time for some chaos at the start of the race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, starting at night here at Sebring, starting at night anywhere is difficult. Might see some issues coming down into turn 1. This man that is coming out of the pits, and now he's got the soft tires on. We'll see how big of a difference that can make.
Yeah, so he was probably just testing out the mediums, looking at the pace, and figuring what he wanna do for the actual race.
But Sean Clark Racing now out on mediums, so maybe testing the tires as well. 3 minutes to go in this session. Golden Lion take the fastest time in the final sector now. So final sector is not where Sean Clark Racing are really gaining that lap time. And it's mainly down in Sector 1. Sector 1 is a big, big advantage for the Sean Clark Racing team. This is Tracknard. Currently sit 4th. They're on an outlap. Not too many cars on fast laps at the moment. Golden Lion on an outlap as well. Sit 2nd. Attack as well on an outlap. So everybody trying to get their laps in at the very, very end of this session. We'll see if anybody can find some improvements. It's a 2nd between 1st and 2nd for pole. In the GT Freeze, it was actually closer, about half a second, the gap between Sean Clark Racing and FDV. And very close between FDV and Velociraptor in the 3rd. About 200ths of a second separating those two. So Sean Clark Racing currently locking out, and they have won most of the events this season. We'll see if they can repeat their success in the earlier rounds. Attack should be beginning a lap. It does still say outlap on my screen. This is now a hot lap for them. Golden Lion definitely on an outlap, warming up the tires, heading down the back straight. And they can find some time to improve here. I think somebody just disconnected from the session, maybe. Golden Lion on a hot lap now. Assassins should be on a hot lap as well. First time on the soft rubber. 42.2 in Sector 1. Let's see if there's any improvement in Sector 2. There is any improvement. Should be pretty interesting. It's green, so it's an improvement on their end, but not purple. Doesn't go purple in Sector 2. See what happens now in Sector 3. Matas Mendelis comes down through Sunset and on to the front straightaway. 43.1 in Sector 2 for him. And 24-1 in Sector 3. That does show up as purple, but I don't believe that should be a purple sector. No improvement. As the qualifying session comes to an end, Golden Lion, they still have a chance at something. But again, big gaps in both DPI and GT3 for your leaders. Could also be because we've got the Dream to Drive semifinals tonight. Maybe some drivers not running today and waiting and preparing for the Dream to Drive semifinals. Golden Lion doesn't improve on that final lap. Tracknard, they can still maybe find a position or two at the end here, but not very quick through Sector 2. Seen cars disappear, but I think that should be fine. So Sean Clark Racing will be on pole position as Tracknard goes back down to pit road. That should be qualifying session over. IRT Portugal still on the lap, but looks like that is done for qualifying. Sean Clark Racing takes pole position ahead of Golden Lion, Attack Sim Racing, Tracknard Racing, and Team Kamikaze in 5th. For GT3s, it's also Sean Clark Racing on pole ahead of RL FDV Shitsokor Duo, Velociraptor Racing Team in 3rd, 4th for Sean Clark Racing GT, and BNB Racing finish down in 5th. Interesting race, I think, ahead of us.
Yeah, it should be.
And we can take a short break now. I think we've got the grid now. We've still got about 5 minutes for all the teams to grid up. Sean Clark Racing waits on pole position. It will be them who lead the pack. And this is the overhead view of the DPIs. Bing Bong Racing here in 10th. We'll have the formation lap in about 3.5 minutes. So we can still have a short break, and we'll be back for the start of the race. back to the track here at Sebring, as the sun actually is starting to come up a little bit. We're getting a bit of light. It could be that we have sunrise a little bit earlier here today. Everybody warms up to go on to the formation lap. Here's the Sean Clark Racing DPI. Oh, it was stationary for a while. I think somebody. Oh,
I think
that
they
was a safety
waited
car,
for
yep.
yeah, from the back of the grid.
So here is the safety car running down to turn 1 with the whole field in behind. I think the gaps should reset as we head through Sector 1. At least the first timing beam, and here we go. Finally, we've got a proper grid order. Will be 2 by 2 as they run down to turn 1, and it's a pretty long formation lap, so a bit of time to get all the tires up to temperature. Here is the World Sim Series safety car. Not running too fast, keeping everybody in check, and a lot of angry DPIs you can see in their rear view mirror. 6 hours will be on the clock. Will be about 5:55 once they actually get going. For Sean Clark Racing, we'll have 2 drivers competing today. We'll have Jussi Neirala and Simon Speff in the DPI. For the Sean Clark Racing GT3 team, it's Simonas Urbanas and Jan Nims. Simonas Urbanas will be taking the green. This is your safety car, still running at the front of the field, getting everybody packed up. The GT3s have opened up a bit of a gap behind. But this is the GT3 leader.
Some Fast and Furious underglow going on that green-yellow Lamborghini.
Should disappear, I think, once we get to green. But Sean Clark Racing GT3 not running at the front of the field for some reason. Got 3. Oh, this is a different Sean Clark Racing GT3 car. This is the pole-sitting Sean Clark Racing GT3. And we can head back to the DPIs. You can see the GT3s coming out the final turn. Not the final turn, second to last turn.
Yeah, seems like all of the DPIs except for Aeronautica choose to go on mediums for the first stint.
Yep, it's still pretty cold, so you can risk running a little bit of a softer compound on your car. Might not have too many issues in terms of wear. But he comes down into through Sunset Bend. Down the start finish straight. Sean Clark Racing on pole position. And they get the race underway. Overtakes behind as the cars fan out down into turn 1. The GT Freeze have gotten away as well. A clean start at the moment. This is IRT Portugal. Going around the outside. They're up into 6th. Contact with the Aeronautica car, and IRT off the road a little bit, and I think that's Aeronautica off the road even more. Both spin out with the GT Freeze coming up behind them. A lot of issues for the GT Freeze here. More contact. That's one of the Aston Martins round.
Well, like I said, a little bit of chaos at the beginning of the race.
Yep. Oh, one of the McLarens going off the road.
He got helped from behind.
And IRT Portugal back down to pit road. This is the Petrozzini McLaren.
Well, quite a lot of damage on this McLaren.
Yep. They're struggling. And this is Sean Clark Racing already past the midway point of the lap. 1.4 seconds ahead of the Fassbender FDV Assetto Racing. Golden Lion off the road and losing positions from 2nd down to 5th on lap 1. Mid-lap crisis in 6th behind. Golden Lion will try and do something against Kamikaze now as they go side by side. Apex Assassins now up to 8th, and Golden Lion gets back up to 4th. But the race lead for Sean Clark Racing, big advantage for them. 2.5 seconds at the front. Behind, there's quite a few battles. Let's see something in the GT Freeze as well. For the second Sean Clark Racing car. Here it is. It's 3/10 behind 3rd place Velociraptor. B&B Racing down pit road. Is that for repair or is that a penalty? Looks like a drive-through. Could have been a jump start for them. And that drops them down to last place, at least of the running cars. We have quite a few cars down pit road. This is Fassbender versus Tracknard Racing Team. This is a 4-way fight now for 2nd. Golden Lion tried to get past Tracknard, and now they're under pressure from the Kamikaze car behind. This is a big group of cars, all battling for 2nd place. Tracknard will try and do something now against the Fassbender car. 5.4 already at the front of the field for Sean Clark Racing. If it continues like that, they'll be lapping the field in maybe an hour or so. Back down straight we go. Mid-lap crisis versus attack behind. Happening. This is on board with the mid-lap crisis car. You can see the sun coming up in the distance. As they actually approach the McLaren that was off in the wall earlier on lap 1. Around the outside, mid-lap crisis into the grass. That opens up an opportunity for 2 more cars. Somebody in the wall. Definitely in the wall.
The same McLaren.
Yep.
I think.
Looks like. And mid-lap crisis down to 8. After that seemingly small mistake. Costing them a lot. So the battle for 2nd now down to 3 cars. Tracknard really want to get past the Fassbender car. At Attack Sim Racing from 3rd to 5th. Golden Lion from 2nd to 4th. That's how much they've lost. Tracknard, they started in 4th. The Fassbender Assetto Corsa started in 6th. So huge gains for them. Found the right places to be out on track. Now Tracknard may be a bit more under pressure from Golden Lion than they are from then they are pressuring the Fassbender car, defends to the inside, but I think Golden Lion may just have that position, and they actually not only get past, but get past the GT3 there as well, lapping the Aston Martin that we saw on the wall.
But it's not over.
Nope, the battle continues down into turn 1. You can try and hold it around the outside through here. Not gonna happen. He's gonna try and come back at him through 2 and 3, but nope, settles back into position. Good news for the Fassbender team, as they now have a 1.4 second gap. Good news for Attack, that brings them back into it. Team Kamikaze as well. They picked Assassins in 7th. Tries, actually, Attack to make a move, or at least shows their nose. This is Sean Clark Racing. They've gotten up to 3rd, the second car. This is the GT3 leader. A very Lamborghini-dominated class.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Not exactly a fun car to drive. At least for me.
I can bite, definitely. This is the highest non-Lamborghini in the hands of the International Racing Team. The Aston Martin, new, I believe, for this event. I don't think we've seen the Aston Martin before in any World Series event. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember seeing an Aston Martin here ever.
Couldn't say that. The only B12, I think, car from the GT3 field.
Definitely, yeah. The Lamborghinis V10s. Got a V8 Mercedes as well. Here's the DPI battle once again. Tracknard getting closer. So maybe a chance at an overtake here. Can't see much inside the car. This is on board. Tracknard going to the outside. And doesn't make the move. No, difficult. But we'll try it now to the outside. Do something here. They've been battling for a while. It does look like Fassbender.
The corner.
A bit slower contact, but gets it straightened back out. And now that's a chance for Golden Lion to get up into 3rd. They're going to go side by side into the braking zone. That's tight, but Golden Lion now up to 3rd. Fassbender losing positions. Kamikaze maybe thought of a move, backed out of it. And it is now Golden Lion back up to a podium position. And Tracknard up into 2nd. It's a nice row of cars that we've got. Everybody's still fighting for position. Kamikaze may be thinking of a move, as did Fassbender on Golden Lion. Just too far away. Really have to have a big advantage to make a move down into Sunset. As it kind of settles in now. Looking at any other gaps we might have around the track.
Well, probably the fight's still going on in the DPI field because GT3s are starting to get bigger gaps between the cars.
Much bigger gaps in the GT Freeze. And oh, I think there was
Another
contact
contact. Yes, yes.
ahead. Apex Assassin's doing a good job, gaining a few spots now. In par with the Apex Assassins, you can really see the sun coming up now. At least, well, not the sun coming up, but we're getting some light now onto the circuit. It will be easier to spot the cars. And I believe we should soon be seeing the traffic come in. A battle here. Sim Racing watching, waiting, because I think Kamikaze will now have a shot at the Fastbender car. Tries to the inside, doesn't happen, and not gonna try and make the move into Sunset. Backs out of it, does Kamikaze. He's still got a shot here down into turn 1. It looks pretty difficult to overtake.
Yeah. Looking at this straight, you can probably see some of those DPIs are going in a aero train, so everyone's going at the same speed. Can have an advantage from the slipstream.
I think Golden Lion actually made a mistake. They lost quite a bit of time, and we saw a car was running through the grass. Fastbender defends their position into the braking zone. As Kamikaze tries a move around the outside, again doesn't happen. So, trying everything, pretty much.
So close, almost contacting the rear of the car.
Yep. They're getting so close. They're braking later. Our Kamikaze, they look faster.
Risking a bit.
Oh, now I think finally that's a free position for them as Fastbender go off the road, and Apex Assassins now have a shot at this. In
So
sixth.
they lost 3 places now.
Yep.
From that little mistake.
Just running over the grass and loses you a lot of time. We'll try to come back. I'm getting the first bits of traffic, first real bits of traffic. Into Sunset, I think Fastbender are in the worst position here. They're stuck behind that GT3. And Apex Assassins get that position. Fastbender now under threat from Mid-lap Crisis, who also lost some time in a similar incident, going off the road, and gets past just about. Now I think we're finally getting into that GT3 traffic. This is your race leader, Sean Clark Racing. 15 seconds in the lead.
Well, their pace is very fast.
We've had about 15 minutes of actual racing, so they're gaining a second a minute. That's a lot.
If they are gonna go this fast, probably they're gonna lap their own DPI field at the end of the race.
No, they'd lap them in less than 2 hours. If they keep up this pace, they'll lap them in. By the end of the race, they'll be 3 laps ahead.
Wow.
Oh, Sean Clark Racing looks like they've really put in a lot of work to be fast.
Well, I think in Sebring the setup does have a lot to do with the speed, because the track is very bumpy. If you can have a compliant ride, I think they can make the time.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, I think everybody has quite a bit of experience around here.
Yeah.
Sebring.
But it seems they found something that others haven't.
This is Attack versus Kamikaze, who touched the wall. And...
Straight into the pits?
I think so, yep. Straight down pit road. I don't think they had a choice. I think they hit the wall and bounced off right into the pit lane. They're gonna use it to make a pit stop. The DPI should run about 40 minutes. So 20 minutes earlier, and gonna go off strategy. Here is the race leading car. Now in traffic, they're not gaining as much, but I think Tracknard have not been in as much traffic. Now they're reaching the big bunch of GT3s. Coming up behind one of the AMGs. One of the rare non-Lamborghinis.
Also quite a good sounding car.
Yeah. And this is Aeronautica. They had issues early on. They're moving through the GT3 field now and should be overtaking most of them soon. This is your GT3 race leader, Sean Clark Racing GT. This is actually the third place car, Sean Clark Racing GT3, with a bit of damage at the front.
Well, the GT3s at the start had quite a big pileup.
Yep, because of the DPIs.
Yeah. So quite a...
It's up into 5th. Oh, right, because Kamikaze came down pit road. But have a chance now at Attack Sim Racing. So, yeah, maybe not so fast in qualifying, much better race pace.
Well, like they used to say, the qualifying at the long races usually didn't matter because the races are so long and you can make up places just by keeping out of trouble. Of course, these times in real life, that's not the case because basically all of the time they are racing. And
off the road is Tracknard. They've actually lost positions now to... Tracknard loses positions to Golden Lion Attack from 2nd to 4th. Wonder what happened to them. Yeah, but good point. I mean, now, for Apex Assassins, if you think, you know, qualifying position, right? If they would have been 2nd, maybe they wouldn't have been 25 seconds behind the lead. To make that back, it's gonna be difficult.
Maybe, or maybe they would have had a incident.
Yeah, could be as well.
You never know.
Yeah. And this is Attack Sim Racing. Golden Lion now maybe a bit more comfortable in 2nd place, as the Tracknard car went off the road. Past most of the GT3 field. This is Apex Assassins trying to make a move on Tracknard. Touch in the middle of Sunset Bend. And doesn't make a move.
Yeah, second contact between those two.
Maybe now able to use the traffic to his advantage, one or the other.
I was wondering, do you know what's the situation with the damage fixing? Do they have to wait for the damage to be fixed, or is it
unless you
fix?
do, if you have a driver change, you can get the car fully fixed for free.
Because from the beginning of the race, there was a lot of contact. It's in the DPI field, also in the GT3. So the pit stops, may they be planned or not, gonna be longer if they are gonna choose to fix the damage. Most of the cars.
Yes. If they choose to fix the damage and not do a driver change, and it's going to be a pretty long stop, depending on how much damage they have.
Yeah,
But
so
they do have to make 2 mandatory long pit stops when they have a driver change, and that means when you have that mandatory long pit stop, you also fix the car for free.
okay. Also, the damage still does have some effect on the speed of the car. Should have, at
Yes,
least.
yes. It's maybe not as sensitive as some other simulators might have, but yes, it obviously has an effect. And if you put it into the wall, most likely the car is not going to drive straight or fast. So you see it often at the Nürburgring, that teams pit early to do a driver change and change and fix the car. We've seen that at Daytona as well, with teams having damage, pitting early, getting the car fixed, and then doing a driver change with that as well. This is your race leader once again. At
24 seconds. Yeah.
24 seconds in 12 laps. So 2 seconds a lap they are gaining.
Seems like they're in a different class car.
Yeah, looks like it. Looks like they're driving a different race. But, for them, the difficulty is staying focused, really. If you're a lap ahead of everyone, you can maybe start to lose focus sometimes. As Aeronautica finally make their way past all the GT Frees and are now up to 11 overall. IRT Portugal, 2.4 laps down. So I think they may have had... Yes. So this team has done a long stop already. That means they got the car completely fixed and were in the pits for a long time. So they'll have one more long stop to go. So they might choose to do 3 hours for one driver and 3 hours for the other. That might be the strategy if they still want to get up the field. This car should climb up as the race goes on. This is Tech Sim Racing, not for position. But Tracknard right behind them. Oh, they have a shot at it. Not too far away. Fastest lap right now from the DPI is 48.5 by Sean Clark Racing. About a second slower, 2 seconds slower actually, than what they did in qualifying. So the higher fuel load making a very big difference here at Sebring. That's them coming past one of the Aston Martins who goes off wide, but comes back onto the track with not that much damage in the end.
Sebring is an interesting track, as I remember correctly, it's a ex airfield.
Yep, it is a very old airfield
Yeah,
that
military.
they've never really resurfaced. Somebody off the road.
Yeah, some of the parts are concrete, some of them are not. So the traction also differs depending on where you are.
Yep. And especially if rain comes in, then this track becomes very difficult. Lots of puddles and very different grip at different points of the track. It's a real classic in endurance racing, and I mean, even with it being quite, it's not quite one of those really fast tracks like Daytona or Le Mans or even Spa, where you have very long straights. This one's a bit more tight and squiggly, but still great for endurance racing. Always provides fantastic action. As this is the Customs GT team. They're about half a second behind the Attack Genesis GT3 car. Lamborghini, the Lamborghini, they've got that screaming V12 up in front of them. V12 of the Aston Martin. You can kind of hear it sometimes as they pass through the shot. It's right there in front.
Yeah. Now I see.
You can hear it now. Yep. The
Yes.
the very loud Aston Martin in front, and these two in the V10 Lamborghinis. Lamborghini really car of choice here.
The Lambo has a good top speed on the straights, so maybe that's why most of them chose this car.
Well, I think also pretty decent car in the turns. It's not one of those cars that are only made for straight line speed.
Sure, yeah.
Aeronautica, the DPI, back down to pit lane. Could be a... looks like a pretty normal stop. So could that have been maybe a stop and go penalty? No, not really. There's stop here. Maybe trying to do a long pit stop? Could be.
But are they not on the exit of the pits standing?
I don't know if they've crossed the limiter line.
Oh, so you can do that long pit stop not in your pit box?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, so you have just not to cross that line coming out of the pits.
I believe so, yes, because they have to come in, and when they're doing a driver change, they exit out of the sim, and they don't do it in their pit box, I believe. Here's Golden Lion. They've actually set their fastest lap of the race last time round as Tracknard get past Attack Sim Racing, who are, I think, off the road somewhere. They've lost 1.5 seconds. We had confirmation. You can wait at the pit exit line to do a long stop. That's exactly what the Aeronautica team did.
Yeah, it
Yep.
says they have one done, one pit stop.
Yep. And they changed drivers as well, but pretty early into the race.
Maybe he had damage on the car.
Yeah, could be. But they did a pit stop on lap 1 after that lap 1 incident, and now have done another one before anybody else has done one. So
Interesting.
could be that they were driving around with that damage and decided that maybe it's not worth it to drive so slowly, and it's better to make a stop and get their car fully fixed. Tracknard trying to chase down Golden Lion. They gained about a second last lap, but again, now we're in to that point of the race where if there's at least a 3 or 4 second gap between the cars, if somebody goes quicker one lap than the other, it's most likely traffic.
Yeah. The only car that can maybe go for a position switch is just lost. Apex Assassins still have less than a second gap from mid-lap crisis.
This is, again, that close battle between Customs GT and Attack Genesis. Still stuck at the same gap. Back to Apex Assassins. Gap now 1.2 in them and mid-lap crisis.
Probably lost in the traffic.
On board with Apex Assassins, they can see one of the McLarens in front. Quick flash of the lights and down the inside into turn 1. Mid-lap crisis were lucky there because they got past Apex Assassins still down the straight. So it sometimes happens like that. That you have to overtake someone in a turn when your opponent managed to do it down the straight, but
yeah, probably if you could choose, you always choose overtaking on the straight.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes you have to do it, and then the next time it will flip around and traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. Tracknard into pit lane. Other Tracknard car, right? Because they have 2. So that's the one that was running a bit further down the field. This is their teammates.
Yeah, number 2 Tracknard team.
They're losing time, definitely. Golden Lion. Golden Lion back up to second where they qualified. Still losing time to the race leader. But the gap a little bit more stable now. Maybe Sean Clark Racing as well, not pushing as much. Just seeing how big that gap is. I mean, there's maybe not that much of a point. As Golden Lion down to pit road. Tracknard as well down to pit road. So now is the time for normal pit stops. Some cars going a bit longer. This is going to be Apex Assassins a little bit stuck behind what... That's not... Could be the GT Free Leader? No, not the GT Free Leader.
And now the mid-lap crisis stuck in the corner between a GT3 car.
0.8 of a second now that gap is. We'll see if anything changes once they pit. Should be pitting within 2 or 3 laps maximum, I would say. We'll see what Sean Clark Racing does in the lead of the race. So they've saved more fuel compared to Tracknard and Golden Lion, who should be coming out the pits any time now. Here's Golden Lion back onto the track. Here's There's Tracknard, and I think Tracknard have lost time in the pits. They came in with about a 5-second gap, out with 6.2, so about a second lost, a bit more than a second lost in the pits. Jean-Claude Racing continues for another lap, so doing well to save fuel. About Attack Sim Racing, will they be coming in this time round?
Yeah, it looks like.
Yep, definitely down to the pits is Attack. Mid-lap Crisis and Apex Assassins stay out.
And the battle with those two Lamborghinis.
Oh, yep, they're actually finally in battle. I think the traffic maybe helped it a little bit, and those two at the front as well. Customs GT couldn't make that move happen. We'll see if Apex Assassins can find a way through. I think that's the closest they've been to mid-lap Crisis for a long, long while.
And there's another GT3 in front of them.
Yep, and that's going to hold up. Nope, not really. They're going to be clear pretty soon. Actually, that's not worked in favor of Matheus Mendeles. He had to make that move into the braking zone. Jean-Claude Racing looks like down to the pits. Yep, finally. So the race leader finally pits after 41.5 minutes of running. So 21 laps is a DPI stint. 22, actually. They stopped on 22. Should be between 21 and 22 because they had that slow warm-up lap, formation lap. We'll see what happens now with mid-lap Crisis and Apex Assassins. I'm going to guess they'll both be in as well.
Yeah, that was my guess also.
Last two cars to not pit yet.
And the line seems like, yeah.
Yep, pit lane for both of them. Lee O'Brien always runs these endurance races alone. And
6 hours alone.
we've seen him run 12 hours alone, so 6 hours alone is not that huge of a deal, I think, for Lee. As the race leader comes out of pit lane and on to the track.
And it looks like he came out in a clean air, no cars in front of him.
Yep, but he actually comes out in front of Team Kamikaze, who is...
They already were in the pit once.
Yeah, everybody
when they
was.
bounced, yeah, but they did it when they bounced off the wall, so.
Oh, right, so they came in much earlier. So split strategies in some of these cars. And Golden Lion about 6 seconds back from them. They had a shorter stop, just less fuel to put into the car. Here's Tracknard. Actually, fastest lap of the race, of their race last time around. This is the higher running Tracknard car. With Fouche in the wheel. Bing Bong Racing. Again, one of those a little bit more invisible this race, up to 5th now. Again, split strategies between the cars, so we'll not really know till about 5 minutes, I think, to the end of this race. And know when everybody actually pits.
Probably until the last pit stops for
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah.
Then
Then we'll see how long can everyone go. Right, Sean Clark Racing GT3 up to 11.
still with that damage.
Yep, they have not pitted yet. Well, they don't really need to pit yet. They've got about at least 15 more minutes of this race before they have to come down pit road. And this is their teammate's car, but in DPI, both the Sean Clark Racing cars leading. But the DPI leading by more at the moment, 24 seconds. The GT3 leading by 11 seconds. Negotiate more traffic. Apex Assassins in 8th. So lost quite a bit of time. But yeah, it's again, split strategies between the cars.
Well, I know that Apex Assassins are gonna, now the driver driving this car, Mats Miller, is gonna drive for 3 hours. And then they'll switch to the other driver for the last 3. Because the second driver actually lives near actual Sebring, so it's night still
It's
there.
very early for him then.
Yeah.
And
So I was thinking too slow, long actually pit stops. So one of those drivers are gonna have to do while they are driving.
yep, that's also possible. You can do that, and use that to their advantage. I think when they need to do it. Could be that they do it in the last stop. Could be that they maybe collect some damage along the way and they can fix it by using up one of their long stops. So it's always beneficial to have a long stop remaining as you come into the final pit stop of the race. We've seen that done quite a few times, especially in the longer, like 12-hour races. We've seen that done by many, many teams.
Yeah.
If they can hold on to it, if they don't have damage before that they need to fix, they'll hold on to it and then get that fix done very late.
It's a good safety blanket. Yeah.
Golden Lion down pit lane again. This is gonna be a long stop, I'm gonna guess, because I'm gonna guess there is damage. Not really visible. We don't really see it, but...
Do you have any information on the pit stop count on the cars?
Yes, once they come out the pits, you can see 1P next to the medium tires of Sean Clark Racing. And 1P means... This is Team Kamikaze, still in second and actually making a gap over Tracknard. They obviously had the Golden Lion team in second, but that has changed. They came down pit road for a long pit stop. So probably had some damage somewhere. maybe in traffic. Maybe he had an incident somewhere in traffic and had to do that very long pit stop.
Sean Clark Racing have a nice gap, so they can be a little bit extra careful with the gapping those GT3 cars. Don't need to have a contact.
Yep.
Because basically that's the place where you can lose the most in the long races. If you are lapping another car and that car does not see you or does not leave you enough gap, and you then get damage on your car.
Yep, that's the easiest way to lose a race, definitely.
Yeah.
And battles in traffic, that is Attack Sim Racing and Bing Bong Racing in the DPIs, and Customs GT have finally overtaken Attack Genesis. After, I don't know how many laps they were behind, maybe the last half hour they've been fighting. And this is Attack Sim Racing versus Bing Bong Racing for 4th in the DPIs. All the DPIs racing here are identical Cadillacs. And right in front of them is the highest placed non-Lamborghini. 16th place overall for the international racing team. And that is in the 7th position in class in the GT3s. Golden Lion comes out on track now and actually lost a lot of time. More than expected, I think.
So maybe the damage was a lot more than the long pit stop time.
Well, normally then you would do a driver change. I mean, force a driver change, and then it gets fixed either way.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at how much time they lost to compared to what IRT Portugal had. And for Golden Lion, that did not count as a long stop.
Yeah, I was looking at that also. So interesting. Interesting decision.
Yep, well that kind of puts you out of the race, pretty much. Aeronautica Racing have... Well, it looks like they've retired. So we're left with 11 DPIs. And currently only 8 are on the lead lap. The only one that is in a somewhat decent position and can still come back is the IRT Portugal team, which made that long stop very early on lap 1 after they had their contact. They're now up to 19th overall and 2.6 laps off the lead. So for them, it might not be that bad because everybody else will have to do a long stop and everybody else was fighting like crazy in the first few laps. Maybe they managed to gain some time over everyone else doing that. Apex Assassins versus Mid-Lap Crisis. Once again. Yep, right. These two have been together for a very long time. On board with the Apex Assassins. wide.
A little bit of push from the front.
And I think now mid-lap crisis might just get stuck behind that Ferrari. No, it moves out of the way and actually hurts Apex Assassins a bit more. Looks like mid-lap crisis just getting a little bit lucky in traffic.
Yeah, a little bit more luck.
Oh, very late from Matas Mendeles, but beautiful move, and that gains him time over mid-lap crisis.
And mid-lap crisis did not make the corner very nicely.
Yep.
Seemed like they overshot it.
Yep, a little bit, and well, done a great job.
Seems like that Apex Assassins DPI just does not want to turn.
It's like, I mean, he's behind. He's getting the dirty air from the car in front.
Yeah.
Maybe just struggling. Team Kamikaze have done their second stop. And they're now down to 8. So very much split strategy at about the midway point of the stint. And Apex Assassins now in with a shot. As one of the GT Freeze comes down to pit road. Almost time for GT Freeze to start pitting. Apex Assassins, will they try something down into turn 1? No.
A little bit too far.
Now they've got a real opportunity. Just a tiny bit too far. And
Aero
again,
cars.
Again,
Yeah,
runs
aero
wide.
cars. Yeah, sorry. Aero cars, they are so hard to follow so closely behind another car.
Yep, you're getting that aero wash, and now I think mid-lap crisis will get a little bit less lucky in traffic. Just getting stuck behind that Aston Martin brings Apex Assassins back into it. Actually, Attack Sim Racing now closer to Bing Bong once again. Yeah, down to 0.4 of a second as Bing Bong gets stuck in traffic behind that Mercedes. And down to turn 1, they come together. Both get past that Lamborghini. And again, it's so hard to overtake in these DPIs. But wide. And the gap opens up to 0.4 of a second. That's not really within attacking range. Really have to go for a crazy move if you want to overtake from 0.4 back. There is a battle between the NKS SMR team and Velociraptor. And this is very close. Velociraptor do have damage on the front of their Lamborghini. NKS a little bit less damage. As NKS goes to the outside and wow, gets it done already down the straight.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage on
Yep.
Velociraptor, so they lose a lot of speed on the straights.
Yep, you can see how much time they're losing. They're gonna have to pit soon, and as the pit stops It's almost time to pit, so I think they might do it soon. This is the other Sean Clark Racing GT car, as one of the GT3s decides
Just
to
go straight.
go completely straight. They've already completed a pit stop, Sean Clark Racing GT. One of the first GT3 cars to do a stop, as their teammates as well, and GT3 leaders are now on to pit road. We'll see if anybody actually manages to go longer. Done exactly an hour. This
And
is yes.
I see that Velociraptors had hard tires on, so maybe they were planning going longer. But now with the damage, still going. Okay.
Still going. Yeah, a lot of damage. You can see even the windshield broken. This battle continues. And both the battles, for 5th and for 3rd up in front, both of them drivers staying at the same distance all the time. As the sun, well, we're getting some proper light now. And actually can see the cars, can see the liveries of the cars and actually spot who's racing. Assassin's getting, not really getting closer and not really dropping time. Oh, and now, who did they hit? I wonder. Not this car, so not the GT3 leader, but Apex Assassins, I think, now under threat for a penalty after that contact.
Well, they shouldn't, because that Lamborghini in front of them made a mistake. I think it bounced off the curb and slowed down too much on the exit of the corner. So the Apex Assassins couldn't do anything because they were already on the throttle and coming out of the corner.
I guess we'll see once stewards actually look into that. I think it beat this car, the Phoenix Racing Club. But we do have quite a few green Lamborghinis.
Yes.
Hard to tell. Race leader, Sean Clark Racing, 40 seconds up in front, 4-0. 41. 4-1 now. Yeah, I can't see anybody really beating that. Unless they make some big mistakes. They're pretty safe up in front.
That's an amazing pace.
Yep, to hold that pace for such a long time. And so much faster than anybody else on track.
Someone was practicing a lot.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, practice paying off. In an hour of racing, they've already put 40 seconds on everyone. Almost half a lap.
That's a lot.
That's a lot to catch up to afterwards if somebody wants to get
the only thought you as a driver can have is that maybe they're gonna have some accident or anything else, because there's no chance you can catch up to them if they are free of any errors.
Yeah, they'd have to have quite a few accidents, because, I mean, remember, you can get that free fix with a driver change. So they would have to have quite a few accidents. Now Attack Sim Racing, I think finally getting alongside Bing Bong, not really. But I think that's the closest they've been for a while, and Bing Bong making mistakes. And now a chance for Attack to go down the inside. They're going to go side by side through here, onto the back straight, and down to Sunset. They're going to come in side by side, and I think Attack very much in the better position on the inside. Into the braking zone, and finally, Attack Sim Racing finds a way past and up into podium places as Bing Bong Racing Team goes down to pit lane. So again, split strategies. Just a little over half a stint Bing Bong runs. Looks like no driver change for them.
Should be a second pit stop for them, right?
Yep, this is their second. So about 15 minutes earlier than what Sean Clark Racing will do. This is the IRT Portugal team. In 10th overall. And with one long pit stop done. Been anonymous because they've had that incident on lap 1. Had to do a long stop, and now just figuring things out, just running along and hoping to gain those positions once everybody else starts to do their long stops. So the NKS team, they're only now coming in for their first stop of the race. An hour and 7 minutes done in the GT3. That's definitely one of the longer stints. Velociraptor.
Still going.
Yep. I mean, on the hard tire, is this a tire thing? I mean, I thought they'd be fuel limited.
Yeah, I would have thought that as well. So maybe they have enough fuel to go longer.
Looks like it. And maybe just Sean Clark Racing deciding to run the mediums and run hour-long stints instead of an hour and 5 minutes or around that time.
Well, it will be interesting to see when the Velociraptors are gonna pit. How much longer can they go?
We also have FPS Sim Racing, 0 stops. The other Velociraptor 2 car, 0 stops, but looks like running slow. Maybe not, maybe just the camera angle.
I'm trying to remember, do these GT3s have fuel maps?
The real ones do, but you cannot change them. In most racing series, they're locked into a certain position. And if you do change them, you'll be disqualified.
Oh, okay.
Now, Velociraptor up into a podium spot, and it looks like they're gonna pit. Nope, stays out. Even with a very heavily damaged car, an hour and 10 minutes already done on a single tank of fuel.
Is it worth it if you're losing too much time?
I don't think it's worth it for them. They're doing 2-minute 5s.
Yeah, I would think that also.
4 seconds off what the race leader is doing. No, not great. FPS Sim Racing comes down into the pits. This is Velociraptor 2, and they're going very slowly. They've lost 5 seconds to that Attach Genesis car this lap. I think they might have an issue of forgetting to pit last lap, because they don't have any damage on the car, at least not that we can see. Maybe they missed the pit lane and had to save fuel all the way back.
Yeah,
So,
could have been that. Yeah, the car looks clean, so...
This is Phoenix Racing Club on the mediums, and they're still running as well. An hour and 11 minutes down, and it's finally.
Yeah.
Let's go back to this Velociraptor car.
So, should pit now, I think. They should pit now.
Yes. Nobody has yet gotten a penalty in this race. Only warnings.
And that's good to hear.
It looks very, very positive right now. I mean, some incidents, obviously, but not big enough to actually get the penalty. Finally, Velociraptor comes down pit road. An hour and 12-minute stint with a very heavily damaged car. So I think they should do a driver change, get that car fixed, and continue going. Stops in his box. Let's see if there is a driver change coming. Would be strange if they continued with this much damage. Back to the race leader.
And also that kind of strategy, maybe if you had a clean car with no damage and you still can go at maybe similar pace to the leaders and save one pit stop at the end of the race, maybe you could. But with that sort of damage, so much time lost on each lap, I think they should have pitted sooner.
Yeah, for sure. It's a lot of running for a car that is very heavily damaged. Now we can finally see the sun in our eyes, and it's about time as we get sunrise here at Sebring. Here's the car back out on track. Not a long stop, but a pit stop, and it looks fixed.
Yeah. At least, partially fixed. We don't know, of course.
It's a battle. I think they're just struggling maybe now on the old tires. Yeah, I think mostly fixed, at least visually.
Yeah. You can also, as I remember correctly, you can choose what to fix and what not to fix. So
maybe they just had bodywork damage and no suspension damage. That's also an option. And if it's just bodywork, then yeah, it makes sense. Apex Assassins actually finally got past mid-lap crisis. That position changed. Fassbender, FDV into pits. Tracknard, the other Tracknard car running quite far down. And they're being chased down by the IR2 Portugal car. Golden Lion 15th overall. And check that long stop updated. So no, they definitely didn't have a long stop. And now it's going to be difficult for them.
Maybe they didn't have a driver ready to switch.
But I think you can do a long stop without a driver change, because that allows, the long stop allows for teams to race from a single simulator.
Oh, okay.
So you can have a long stop without a driver change.
Yeah. So another interesting decision.
Oh, Golden
Oh,
Lion. And actually retires?
yeah.
Yep.
Well,
Just went straight off the road. And Alt F4.
saw that it was probably no point in continuing.
Yeah, they had lost 4 laps. I understand them. You lose 4 laps, you don't have a long stop, so you'll still have to do 2. I'm not surprised, honestly.
Yeah.
So Golden Lion, our second DPI retirement of the race, and our third retirement overall, as the Petrizzini McLaren retired on lap 2. Lap 1, really, of the race. So that's 3 retirements now. And overall race leader is going to have now a gap of 1 minute, with an hour and 16 minutes done in the race.
Yeah, so the gap just keeps on increasing.
Yep, they're not slowing down, and why would
Nope.
they? I mean, the bigger the gap you have, the safer you are. Even if you have a mistake, you crash out, you have damage, you get the car fixed, keep going.
And also when you are in a group, just don't want to relax, because then when those mistakes can happen.
Yep, exactly. And they are now only we only have 5 cars on the lead lap, and we'll soon have 4, because that's the Team Kamikaze car in front of the Sean Clark Racing car. And the sun actually coming up quite quickly. Now there's a lot of light out on track, and especially at turn 1 in this section right here.
Yeah, so it seems like in DPI we are racing for third and second places.
Yep. And now in second is the Apex Assassins car, as Attack comes down pit road. Tracknard has been down pit road with both cars. And a few early stops, earlier than maybe expected. As Midlap Crisis just losing a little bit now to Apex Assassins. Somebody going off wide. This is Team Kamikaze, who are about to be lapped. And that will leave only 3 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Soon.
They should already be seeing blue flags, I think.
No, it's still the car behind is still quite a bit away. Now probably a 2-second gap, 1.5 maybe. They're still safe, especially with having to negotiate all this traffic. Still be fine. Maybe they'll just about make it to the pit stop, if they're quick enough. Looking around, I don't think we have many other battles out on track. This is Full Throttle Racing, 6th overall.
That wheat well.
Actually, 26th, 27th, and 28th are all Aston Martins. So not great for the Aston Martins. And actually one of them is the 19 International Racing Team car, who had a decent start to the race, but they've done a long stop. So different strategy for International Racing Team. Spohn was behind the wheel for the first part of the race. Now it's Papanastasiou in a car that's 18th in class at the moment. We've got Kamikaze behind them as well. That's another car that has done a long stop in the AMG, and Schmoll Racing in the only Ferrari in the field. They've done a long stop as well. And this is the GT3 race leader. A little bit of damage at the front. Doesn't look like it's stopping them. Their gap is 28 seconds behind. Sean Clark Racing down onto pit road. And that means we should expect Apex Assassins in as well. You can actually earlier stop this time.
They did the last pit stop later, so it seems like they're going in right
The
now.
only one that stays out is mid-lap Crisis. Looks like they managed to save that fuel and go a lap longer. Doesn't matter for Sean Clark Racing, who still comes out in the lead. So they have a pit stop advantage now. They can make an extra pit stop and stay in the lead of the race. We'll see where Apex Assassins actually comes out. Because
I think this might be a long stop.
Okay, this is Kamikaze coming through. Third they go, they'll be second by the end of it. Tracknard gets past as well. Into third position, this is Attack Sim Racing. Get past the Apex Assassins car as well. Does look like a long stop. Standing there for a while. They get passed by Bing Bong Racing as well, who've lost a lot of ground now on Attack Sim Racing. They were fighting a few laps ago. Apex Assassin's still in the pits. But actually coming out of the pits. So I don't think it was a long stop.
No, it wasn't.
No. Because a long stop is 180 seconds. That's 3 minutes. That's a long stop. So 108 seconds behind the lead. They're being chased down by Sean Clark Racing. So they lost about 50 seconds in that pit stop. It was about 50 seconds longer than what should have been.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit too long of a pit stop. Maybe some damage.
Maybe they were fixing something because they lost 50 seconds. Because they've got the Sean Clark Racing car right behind them. And that's going to be a switch. Not a switch for position. That's going to be Sean Clark
lost
Racing.
lap.
Yep, a lost lap. And okay, we don't have any safety cars here. We don't have any cautions, so a lost lap doesn't really mean that much, but still, it is a lost lap in the race. And Apex Assassins lift off to let the race leader through. And now are a lap down as mid-lap Crisis have, I believe, exited the pits. Yep, they have, definitely. And they are midway through the lap, roundabout. Actually past the first sector mark. So Team Kamikaze are closest to the leader, but they're off sequence in terms of strategy. They're about a half a stint out. So they're pitting every They're pitting 20 minutes after the leader pits. And one stint is 40 minutes.
Yeah, so probably at the end of the race won't be in contentions for second and third, probably.
Well, we don't know, because we don't know
Yeah.
how the stints will pan out. It might be that they're on a perfect strategy and they'll run right to the
Yes.
end with
Yes,
0
you're right.
leaders.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sure the team knows, and they've calculated this already, and they know that they're running to the end. Or they know that they're not running to the end, but yeah, we have a bit more calculating to do, but we can actually run a quick check on reverse engineer the race. See how long their stints would have to be. No, so they'd actually be 20 minutes short from the end. But everybody else has to run 40-minute stints. So it could be that they'll be very, very tight with that.
Last.
Yeah, it'd be very tight with the last stop, and with the long stops, they might just about make it. But if you're doing 40 minutes on average per stint, you'll make it to the end by saving a pit stop over Team Kamikaze, who actually pit quite early on. Oh, did they miss their box?
Long stop?
Nope, long stop. Yep, long stop definitely from them. And Shraknart now sit in second place. With 55 seconds behind the leader. So in the GT Freeze, in terms of the front runners, we've got the NKS team on hards. Almost everyone else on mediums, except for Team Apex International 1, who are on hards. So these are the teams that are running long stints. As Team Kamikaze loses that position to Apex.
Yeah, a lot of different strategies going on.
Some are, I think, on purpose. Some were forced into it after some incidents. But looks like the only ones that are really running the race they wanted to run right from the start are the Sean Clark racing cars, both in GT Free and in DPI.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're running a perfect race at the moment in both classes. In DPI, they're 55 seconds ahead. In GT Free, they're 30 seconds ahead.
Well, this team is quite known, and they are quite fast, and that's not unusual for them.
No, it's not unusual at all. And actually, the last race, which was the 6 hours of Bathurst, was the first race this season, the first special event, where Sean Clark Racing didn't win. So at Daytona, at the 12 Hours of Daytona, Sean Clark Racing won LMP2 and won GT3. Then we went to the Nordschleife, and we had the GT3s and the GT4s. GT3 won by Sean Clark Racing. GT4 won by Sean Clark Racing.
Sure.
And then at Bathurst, Sean Clark Racing finished second in GT3 and second in GT4. They lost to Beaver Grease Racing, who won in GT4, and International Racing Team, who won in GT3. So 2 races where they've won both classes, and 1 race where they finished second in both.
Yeah, so what you are saying, they are not unbeatable.
No, they're not unbeatable, definitely, but I think the race coming this evening, the Dream to Drive semifinals, I think those are making this race a bit more difficult for some of the drivers who are preparing for the Dream to Drive semifinals. So maybe not running here in the 12 hour, in the 6 hour.
Okay. So we are missing some of the fast drivers here.
Yep, the fast Lithuanian drivers, I believe we're missing them, because if you look at the 6 hours of Bathurst, where they were beat, actually beat in GT3 by a non-Lithuanian team. Yeah, I think we're missing quite a few drivers that would have been maybe running under normal circumstances, but you know, sometimes you have to pick and choose which races you actually want to run.
So I don't see that Beaver Grease Racing Team here who won in Bathurst.
Yep, and they quite a few of their drivers are running in the Dream to Drive semifinals. And also ran in the quarterfinal, which they had to all prepare for, so...
Yeah, no time for this race.
Yeah, sometimes you have to prioritize some races compared to others. Watching the overall race leader. Again, extending that gap just a little bit. We have a battle here between Velociraptor 2 and Phoenix Racing Club. Velociraptor 2 looks quite damaged. Phoenix Racing Club, I think their car looks fine.
There's no visible damage.
No, not really. Looks pretty clean. See the suspension working over those bumps. How much that tire is moving. And here is Team Kamikaze, but they're spun round and they're
stuck.
stopped. Yep, stuck. Back to the pits they come, and yeah, they were definitely stuck. And that is, well, if they have to take another long stop, I think they'd have to carry the same driver to the end.
That's the first time I saw a car stuck in the grass.
Yep, and they had the long stop done in the previous pit stop, so they only have one long stop remaining, And yeah, if they use it here, it's gonna be no more long stops.
I wonder what happened, because it was a strange place and a strange direction the car was stuck.
Yeah, it was very, very strange looking. You normally don't see cars at that spot of the track facing the wrong direction. Maybe it could be that they went a little bit wide, spun around, and then got stuck in that grass.
Maybe. But still, shouldn't get stuck in the grass.
Yeah, they definitely shouldn't. And it's very strange to see that.
Now what's for the race after this?
And I think that's going to be... They're actually back out on track. So they were just stuck. Nothing
And
else to it.
Yeah, and didn't have to use the second long pit stop.
Yep, they didn't, but they still lost a lot of time
Yeah,
to
sure.
get the car back to the pits and get back going. And I think what they did do probably is change tires, put in some fuel, and keep going. But yeah, they're gonna struggle here. And now, definitely on the back foot now for the race.
Yes,
Not,
so they are last in DPI field.
well, they're not
Now.
last. Last of the cars that are still on track. Because
Yes.
we do have
Yeah.
two who have retired.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
They have the IRT Portugal car. They're doing not too bad. They've overtaken Tracknart, who don't have a long stop done. So this is a team I'd watch out for. I think they're going to come back into it as the race goes on.
Yeah, should be interesting. What can they do?
We'll see it once teams start taking their long stops. The first one, we'll see where they actually shuffle out. A long stop should be a lap and a half normally, but we'll see what it actually is once everybody does their stops. Because if it is only a lap and a half, they'll gain exactly 0 positions. But see what the actual situation is. GT3 leader, Sean Clark Racing. This is, again, this is GT3 leader, Sean Clark Racing. That's the other Sean Clark Racing car down in the third, so it's spreading out.
Still with that front damage. Yep, they are fast enough, no need to fix
They're
that.
half a minute in front of second place, so why would you fix it?
Yeah.
Maybe it's making them go faster. Who knows?
Maybe.
And that is right behind them. That's Team Kamikaze coming through.
I think it's way too much green Lambos. Hard to tell which one's which.
So many green Lambos. Kamikaze goes back to 10th overall. In those incidents, they lost out to the GT3 leader. But my bet is that the GT3 leader will finish in the top 10 at least. I think we're going to have at least one more DPI retirement, so GT3 we will see in the top 10.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe not much higher, but top 10 is possible.
Well, you never know in an endurance race.
Yeah, if it was wet, then it'd be top 5. here is the recovering Team Kamikaze car. And they'll have a long afternoon here today. Final car that is still running out on track is the SB Cool FPV Shitsoko Racing. And they are down in 31st place in the AMG. One of two AMGs running in this race. The Pirogas Benitez Racing. And one of the McLarens. And now, I think the highest placed non-Aston Martin, non-Lamborghini, is the Aeronautica Racing Endurance car, the McLaren, now up to 22nd overall and highest of the non-Lamborghini class. There should be a separate class, I think, here in this race. We could have 3 classes. 4, actually. Have one class exclusively for the Sean Clark Racing DPI car.
Sure.
Because they're running a minute ahead of everyone in less than 2 hours. Then all the DPIs. Then just the Lamborghinis. And then another GT3 class for everything else.
Yeah.
So Aeronautica leading our unofficial GT3 non-Lamborghini class. But they are 22nd overall only. Lost the racing team.
Or maybe there should be a better BOP.
I think at least what I saw was that, you know, BOP's often quite close. And, you know, honestly, the BOP only really matters, I would say, in the top 3 cars. Because for the rest, it's really about what you feel most comfortable in.
Yeah.
You know, if you keep making mistakes in the Lamborghini and you run, let's say, a 10th faster a lap, but then the next lap you spin off, it's not really worth it. So I think a lot of teams just see that the top guys are running the Lamborghini and they just switch to the Lamborghini, even if it's not the best car for them.
Yeah.
And maybe a car that's maybe a bit more fuel efficient or maybe a bit easier to drive could be much better.
Yeah, so personally I would choose McLaren also. Have a little bit experience and it shouldn't be this low, I think.
No, I don't think so. I think it's, you know, it's probably teams that are maybe even less experienced.
Yeah.
But
well,
I think a fast team could... I think if Sean Clark Racing GT3 took a McLaren or any other car, they'd still be first.
Yeah. Because the McLaren has a disadvantage in top speed. I have raced it. I know that they had raced against Lamborghinis in Bathurst, and it was very hard to keep behind a Lamborghini with a McLaren. But it wasn't impossible.
Yeah, but now, I mean, the gaps between cars are huge. If you look at the top 10 in GT3, the closest gap, actually the only gap in the top 10 that is under 10 seconds is between Attack Genesis and B&B, and then also I think between Racing Sandwiches and FPS Sim Racing. So only 2 which we have under 10 seconds, so no real battles out on track.
Well, but that's usually what happens in endurance races. The field just gets spread out.
Should have safety cars in the race. I think that would really spice it up, and then it wouldn't be such an easy race for Sean Clark Racing, who now they're dominating.
But I don't like those safety cars that are designed to just get the field bunch up because you do all the work as a front running car, and they just some guy from who's not even racing just comes and says, "No, you do not get that. Go back to the close race."
If you ran away once, you can probably do it again.
Yeah,
It's,
probably, but again,
especially in the Sebring 12 Hours, Daytona, all the IMSA races, they always go down to that last stint. You never actually know when is the last safety car. You never really know when you can relax, but it kind of brings everybody together and gives a chance to other teams as well. Like, let's say, mid-lap crisis. They're 106 seconds down from the lead. They don't really have a chance to win.
yeah, yeah,
Or anybody, really. So then, qualifying really matters. You don't have any safety cars. And yeah, sometimes you can't really try any crazy strategies. And it kind of becomes a very, very similar race for everyone. Actually, is that mid-lap crisis right in front of Sean Clark Racing? I think it is.
yeah, yeah.
This is for lapping, and mid-lap crisis will get lapped quite soon here. Lap crisis, well, they've lost a lot of time as well, as did Apex Assassins. They've lost
Yeah,
a lot of time here.
well, Apex Assassins lost it in the pit, too long of a pit.
Yeah, but I thought they would lose more. I thought Apex Assassins lost more.
So
I think
mid-lap crisis
also
maybe had
lost as
a
well, yeah. I think they both lost. That's the issue.
yeah. Ooh, that was close.
Oh, big slide. Racing? They've got about 12 minutes to go in this stint. Should be. Any other close battles? We have Fassbender FTV down to pit road. That is for their third stop of the race, 10 minutes earlier than what the leader is doing at the moment. This is Bing Bong team. Down in 7th at the moment. Lost time because they were much higher up, and they've lost time. I saw those incidents. They had a few. Or did they do a long stop? Now I'm
No,
getting
they
confused.
didn't. No, they did not have a long stop
No
now.
long stop then. So looking through the standings. Very clean race from Sean Clark Racing. They only have one incident point.
Yeah.
They had one real contact. This is the Sean Clark Racing GT car, the GT3 leader. Early? Looks
Is
like
this
it.
the leader?
Yes, it is. It's the GT3 leader.
Wasn't the green? Wasn't the green car the leader?
Oh no, yeah, you're right. But they... How did they switch? Because it was ahead in the timing, this one.
Pit stops out of sequence. Maybe that's why.
I should check this.
Because I think from the beginning the green one was first.
Yeah, the 16 car was first, and that's the same thing I see on my timing. And it says that the 20 car is a lap down.
Oh, so now the green car lapped the blue when it was in the pits. So probably that's what happened.
I think this car has reset to the pits.
Oh. Okay.
Because they were ahead on the timing screen, and that's why I got confused, because they were ahead in look at the timing. They were ahead.
I missed that.
But if you looked on the timing screen here and not on WorldSimSeries.com,
Yeah.
where the timing was correct, and they're showing a lap down. And now they're dropping time, definitely. Yeah, I think they reset to the pits. I think that's the issue they had. They had to reset to the pits, so maybe some incident somewhere out on track. Yeah, on a different timing screen, I'm seeing them all the way down the field. Here we go. This is them coming out the pits. Now, almost 2 laps behind. Yep, that's correct. Now it says 7 laps, the gap from the overall lead, while their teammates are right here, 5 laps behind the overall lead. So, yep, they've lost a lap somewhere. 1.5 laps somewhere.
I think this was a long pit stop for them. Also.
Yeah, they used it as a long stop.
So probably had some accident or something like that.
Could have been also that maybe when they were doing the long stop, the timing screens got confused and thought they were a lap ahead.
Also, yeah, could have happened.
This is Tracknard in 6th at the moment. They are... So the last car now remaining on the lead lap, while the race leader continues to run, is the Attack Sim Racing car. And soon, they're going to be coming down pit road, because I remember them pitting a little bit early. And predicted it. They're down to pit road right now. And Sean Clark Racing, they'll be a lap ahead of everyone as they will cross the line this time.
Yeah, not even 2 hours in the race.
Yeah, I mean, it will come back as the pit stops go through, as they have to pit, but still, to have that advantage, even with everybody else pitting, most of them pitting, is huge. This is,
And I mean, it's the same car.
Yep.
That's what's interesting.
There's no BOP involved. It's the exact same Cadillac DPI car. And, yeah, they're going at an incredible pace.
And not making any mistakes. Not having incidents with the back markers. Very nice drive.
No, and they're so far ahead now that they don't even need to risk it behind anybody in traffic. So that makes the chance of a mistake much smaller. That Aston Martin looks massive.
It probably is.
That rear wing looks huge. Compared to the rest of the car, makes it look very, very tall.
Yeah, I think it's the DB7, right?
This is the DB9.
Or
no, this should be the
Vanquish.
This should be the Vantage. Yeah, it's the Vantage GT3, but this is the older Vantage.
Yeah. Because the newer cars seem to be a little bit more the same size as the others.
Yep, and the new cars are not V12s anymore.
Yeah, shame.
Actually, the teams had quite a lot of choice in terms of cars. They could have picked the Aston Martin. They could have picked the Audi, which nobody picked. They could have picked the BMW Z4 GT3. Nobody picked that as well. We have a Ferrari in the field, 488 GT3, a lot of Lamborghinis, a couple of McLarens, actually a couple of AMGs out on track, Mercedes AMG GT3, and 0 Porsches. Very strange. And I think first long stop coming in for Sean Clark Racing right now for the overall leader.
And going back to the Audi R8, it's interesting that no one picked it because it's the same speed as the Lambo, but it's a little bit nicer to drive, in my opinion.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's kind of the same car, almost.
Yeah.
But just a different body shell. In terms of BOP, the Audi got -4 on power and 19 kilos.
And the Lambo?
And the Lambo got... they only had -4 of power, but didn't have any kilos on it.
Oh, so probably that's why.
Yeah, looks like it. Porsche was the only one without any kilos, and they still...
Well, Porsche is a... How do you say? I don't want to say a hard car to drive. That engine in the back, you do need to drive it differently than any other car.
Yeah, but normally it's quite fast around Sebring. One of those cars that works well here. Very strange that no picks of the Porsche. My personal favorite. Here's the mid-lap crisis car, and actually gets into the lead of the race. And
yeah, I usually do not have the patience for the understeer of the Porsche.
Have to make it work. Brakes. 2 minutes to go until we reach the 2-hour mark of this race, and we'll be taking a break then. So let's run through the results one more time. Sean Clark Racing, well, they've dropped out of the lead, but they are the, let's say, virtual race leader, with taking into account all the long stops. So at the moment, it's Mid-Lap Crisis who lead the race ahead of Apex Assassins, then Attack Sim Racing, Bing Bong Racing, Fastbender FDV, and Sean Clark Racing. It's right now. And they're still on the same lap as Mid-Lap Crisis after a long stop. Then it's Track Nard 2, Track Nard 1, and IRT Portugal, Team Kamikaze, the last DPI out on track. Sean Clark Racing GT3 leads that field ahead of the RL FDV Shitsokor Duo team. Then Team Apex International 1, the NKS SMR team, 14th overall, and they're the ones, them and Apex International running long stints with the hard tire. Customs GT, place overall for them. Attack Genesis, BNB Racing, Racing Sandwiches, 18th overall, 19th for FPS Racing, Velociraptor Racing, 20th overall, and 10th in class. 11th in class is the Aeronautica Racing team car. Phoenix Racing Club in 12th, 13th for the Veloster Racing team, and the highest Aston Martin. Aeronautica, by the way, the highest non-Lamborghini. Sean Clark Racing GT3, the one that has done a long stop. Sean Clark Racing GT, I mean. In 14th position in class. 15th position in class. No, 14th. I was right. 14th position in class. International Racing Team in 15th position in class. We got Kamikaze, Velociraptor 2, and Schmal Racing in the only Ferrari in the field. 17th in class, 18th in class for Erogas Banditas, and then Full Throttle Racing in 29th. And the last car running out on track, the SB Cool FPV Shitsoko Racing car, the AMG, 31st overall.
Yeah. A little correction. The first non-Lamborghini was a McLaren, not Aston.
Yep, it was the Aeronautica car. This one. That's the highest non-Lamborghini. And the highest Lamborghini is the Sean Clark Racing GT3 car, which comes down pit road, and I think will have a
long stop.
Or sure, they were warming up the tires before they did their stop. Well,
Strange.
I think it's time to take a break, and we'll be back in about an hour's time to continue with the coverage of the 6 hours of Sebring here on WorldSimSeries.com. welcome back to Sebring and the Sebring 6 Hours live here on WorldSimSeries.com. And we're past the halfway point into this race. It's at the moment ATEX Sim Racing at the top of the standings. They haven't completed their long stop yet, and Simon Speff behind the wheel of the Sean Clark Racing DPI already has completed his first long stop and should switch positions with the ATEX Sim Racing car once they do as well. And this time I'm joined by Matas, who's just out of the car.
Hello, hello.
So how was these first 3 hours of the race?
Well, the start was very hectic for me because I've made a total of like 25 laps of practice and started from a sim racing academy with a sim racing rig that was not familiar for me, and I had no practice before, so I had like 3 laps of practice before the start just to get everything sorted. And then in the start I took it extremely cautious. That's good because I gained like 3 positions in lap 1 just by avoiding trouble, and then kinda just focused on improving my pace because I was 2 seconds off lead car on just pure pace.
So that lead car, how do you think they're finding this incredible pace that they have on track right now?
Well, these cars have a lot of setup options, so if you spend a lot of time developing it and also developing yourself, improving yourself, and like it's a combination of both. You improve the car, but then adapt to the car, and so on. I think there's time in there. I think it's like doable, and I was making mistakes all the way, and I got a few clean laps together. But for sure, I could at least my optimal delta was at least 0.3, 0.4 seconds faster, I think.
So right now the track warming up, right?
Yes, it's much better for. It's much better for DPIs because we had very cool front tires in when it was not until sunrise. So we were struggling with, at least our set was struggling to put up with the tire temperatures in the front, and then you come into the first corner and there's like almost nothing on the front end. So now it's much better with the hotter air, hotter track temperature. Now it's much more confident. I think it's maybe a second, maybe a bit less, just out of increasing temperatures. And with the tire wear, it's definitely noticeable, but I don't think it was worse or better than it was during the night.
And tires, you're always doing a single tire, right?
Yes, because the fuel takes much longer than the tire swap. So the jackmen do the tires, and then they just sit there waiting for the fuel to go in for like double amount of time. So it's always the tires they go. But on the tire, maybe on the end of the stint, you're losing maybe 0.3, 0.4, just on the overall pace, because as the car gets lighter, the tires worn down, and it's almost like it's the same pace. You can basically keep the same pace for like 2/3 of the stint, and then the last third you start to notice the tires more.
Oh, interesting insight. Are you planning to get back into the car towards the end? Or,
no, that's John Budovic's takeover now, because he's from Florida, living not far away from Sebring itself. So its local time is the time in game, which was very early morning. So I took the morning stints for him, and now he's taking over and will finish the race. I was actually going for 1 stint longer, but I made quite a small mistake, but resulted in big consequences. Just on my outlap, I was on the last corner, following a car that was lapped down, but the DPI. And I was hoping to pass him on the outside, as I did many times with GT3s and DPIs, which is, I think, a bit more safe place to pass on the outside, because if he's turning into the pits or something, he can control more. But I think he went wide a bit himself, and then I followed him, and then the outwash completely killed me because I couldn't do anything, and I just touched the outside wall, and I noticed the steering wheel was a bit out of alignment, so the alignment was gone, and I turned into the pits on that lap like quickly, and yeah, then it was a long pit stop. So this mistake cost me about a pit stop delta, let's say about like what's 25 seconds roughly, 30 seconds. So yeah, quite a small mistake, but costly. So now after a long pits, Budovic took over, and it's a new car, let's say, with no suspension damage. Just it was a bad time to make that mistake just after doing the regular fuel pit stop and tires.
And still, one long pit stop remaining for your team. I guess will be used at the very, very end just to fix the car if needed.
Yes, that one long pit stop is our insurance policy. So that's why we also decided to do one swap with the drivers and then leave a single long pit till the end. If something happens or something happens to us, or a disconnect or something, you still have that one long pit to fix it basically, then you don't lose that much. And yeah, now Budrevic is a bit slower than me, but not too much, and I think we're gonna be fighting with Midlife Crisis, because they've done 2 long pits. I've seen they had a crash in turn 1. They, for some reason, went a bit wide. Maybe there was a GT3 car involved, I'm not sure, but I saw them crashing, and then a bit later I saw them long pits completed. So Midlife Crisis, I think, is our main competition. So we're going for, what is that? Maybe top 6, let's see. But if we get the top 5 finishes, would be a great result for us. Because we're not for sure, we're both were very busy and didn't practice much at all. So we're happy where we are now.
I think it does look like the positions keep switching. There's many cars out of sequence in terms of pit stops, and
yeah, I've just seen
eh?
Budrevic did 19 practice laps. So yeah, we had like almost a stint each of practice. Yeah, so we're just going along, proving that pace doesn't really matter on these races. Like only how out of trouble you can keep it. Well, if you're at least not more than 2 seconds slower, then for sure.
And well, I guess I don't know if you'll know, but what do you think about the GT3s? It's clear that the Lamborghinis look very fast.
Yeah, it was actually a treat passing the Aston Martins, because the sound was just amazing, and I cannot hear my car over it when I'm passing it. So it was fun every time. But yeah, plenty of Lambos for sure. Still like P5 currently, it's Aston Martin. I see, and it's doing 202s, something like that, and they're still P5. So yeah, maybe.
I think that maybe for the front 2, 3, maybe 5 cars, it maybe matters which one you're in.
Yes.
But for the rest, it's the car that you feel most comfortable with.
Yeah, for sure.
That's the car you need to pick.
I personally don't like the Lambo Huracan, because it's too bouncy, it's too sketchy, it has very little inertia. It can, if you do something wrong, it really easily spins on you, or like it's just difficult car to handle. But if you can, and if you put in practice, then it's for sure it's the fastest car now. But very easily can you end in a wall somewhere.
Now, Attack Sim Racing, I believe, are the only car left on the lead lap DPIs.
Yes. I was with them before one of my stops. I had to make a bit of a longer pit stop to go to the toilet. Lost a bit of time, but that's fine. We're still not going for the win anyways. Yeah, but it was difficult to make almost a 3-hour stints. I made like what 5 or 4 stints. I even lost count.
And I guess the target is 20 laps.
I think so. I just drive until a steering wheel says 5 or 6 of fuel count, and then I stop. That's our strategy. I think it's 20. I think it's 20.
It looks like it's almost 40 minutes. Sometimes you might see a car run 21 laps, and then they'll go over that 40-minute
Yeah,
mark.
I'm not sure, because I was always going in with 1 or 2 liters left in the tank, and it's about up to 4 liters per lap, so pretty either a bit slower and then not on throttle so much, or fuel saving a lot, but I'm not sure it's worth it. It's not that much. And I think the lead cars, we were stopping on the same laps, so I think they're doing also just maximum pace and then not saving fuel.
And the hard tire, you think that's going to appear in the race at all, or mediums all the way?
Maybe for the GT3s, but DPS for sure no, because even the mediums now are a bit too cool. It could be like 5 to 6 degrees warmer, and then it will be, I think, optimal temperature for a medium. Because now if you wanted to go for a qualifying lap, you still go for softs, just from the temperature point. And then, of course, here softer, so more grip overall. But mediums are still it's still a bit too cool for mediums now. I think now it was 26 degrees air and 32 degrees track temperature, which is the exact temperature we're using mostly when we do fixed series in World Sim series. That's the temperature we're using, so we're actually using a August temperature in Sebring, it seems, in most of our races.
Oh, I mean, not that warm, and normally Sebring's quite a humid place to be. Florida.
Yes, it is cooler now than it was.
Does that work in World Sim Series races? Do you feel a difference in humidity, or is that not something that's factored into the sim?
That's a good question. I don't know an answer to, because different humidity, yeah, maybe the engine should be working a bit better, because the air will be more humid, so you have, well, a little bit of water helps for the engine. I think it cools it down a bit, and H2O maybe I think it makes a bit more power when it's humid. But for track humidity, the circuit humidity, we don't simulate that, or we choose not to simulate that, because the course does not have a very good sim for the rain and for the wet track. That Assetto Corsa Competizione are much better in that. So we choose just to ignore rain and humidity of the track.
And the next event, what is coming up next on World Sim Series?
So it's going to be 6 hours of Spa, and that's going to be on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Also, talking of weather, it's going to be much more dynamic weather there. The last time we had there, it was a very, very changing conditions. So some people liked it, some people don't, but I think more people liked it than did not. And we're gonna keep that. We're gonna just make it just a little bit less, like one step less changing, because sometimes during one stint it was 2 downpours and then it's almost dry. So we're gonna bring it back just a little bit, and that's going to be on September 28th. So a bit more than a bit less than 2 months until the next special event.
I remember that Spa race. I think it was half an hour of rain, half an hour of dry, and then half an hour of rain, half an hour of dry.
Yeah, for sure, when you were exiting the pit lane with any sort of tire, it was the wrong tire. Because at some point it's going to be a wrong tire. So it was... Spa is known in real life also for having this crazy weather and very quick changing weather, but it was just a little bit too much, I think. We're gonna bring it down just one step less. Like, there's a setting, it was on 5, I'm gonna keep it on 4 now. It's going to be still very, very much changing conditions, but maybe now you can choose a right tire for the stint.
And this evening as well, we've got the Dream to Drive semifinals
Oh, yes.
for the PC. Who do you predict will will be the free going final?
Not sure now. I wasn't following that closely on who is the fastest now, so can't comment on that. But I think there's, even still, it's hard to predict. You can see they're also very fast guys. I believe all of them. And in these semifinals, I can talk from experience. It's much luck becomes much bigger factor than your just skill, because these are short races, and even if someone else does something, a mistake, and you get caught up in it, it can single-handedly just destroy your chances for the rest of the championship, even if everything else you do is great. So really cannot predict these things. With such high-level events and sprint races, it can be almost anyone, I think.
It's also quite a new track that everyone will be racing. We'll be going to Valencia, where the actual final of the FI Motorsport Games will take place this year. A track that maybe is used a bit less. It's quite a new track as well, right?
Yeah, I think so. But still, I think it's... I haven't driven on it in the sim, but just from looking at it, it seems a challenging track, a very technical track, like a Barcelona, but plus a bit more.
It's a very flowing circuit, very motorbike-ish.
Yeah,
Very
like
good
Barcelona as well. Like Barcelona as well.
Sean Clark Racing, actually, we were maybe expecting them to lap everyone a bit earlier. They still haven't lapped the Attack car, which is, I guess, Attack Sim Racing finding maybe a bit of extra pace.
I was very happy with myself because I was catching Sean Clark Racing, even still being a lap down, but they were just 12 seconds ahead when I started my last stint. I got down to 7 seconds, and then I did a slight misjudgment and almost took out the GT3, but chose to just go on the grass, lost 5 seconds, was down again to 12 seconds, and then by the end of the stint it was, I think, 10 or 11 seconds, so I was catching them slightly. So for sure it's possible to start catching them now. I think who's driving now? Spev?
Yep.
So it's for sure possible to catch Spev, but Nirola was just a completely different level.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at the fastest lap time, UC Nirola set a 1:48.1. That's his fastest lap in the race. Simon Speff only set a 49.5.
Yes, so I think that's a difference for the driver, because I'm almost certain they're using the same setup. So why wouldn't they? Maybe one click of anti-roll bar or wings there, but just to make it a bit more safe, Speff more likes it that way, but I'm not sure. I think they're using very similar setup. So it's a driver, it's Nirola that's mostly responsible for the pace.
Because now they're running very similar with what Scribbage is doing in the Attack Sim Racing car. It's a Bing Bong Racing team as well, running very similar lap times. So I think it's kind of gone back to normal, but
yes,
Neirola's first 2 hours behind the wheel have given them a massive advantage now on track.
yes, it's 90 seconds. It's almost a lap. Crazy.
And, well, more than a pit stop as well.
Yes, but less than a long pit stop. Let's see. But I think now everyone's done at least one long pit stop.
Yep, everyone's done one long stop except for Tracknard Racing Team number 1.
Yeah, the guys on the 82nd lap on this race. No, sorry, 99th lap.
Yep.
So that's impressive. It's hard to keep the concentration right, even if you can keep it on the track in relatively fast pace. But I found it most difficult to predict what GT3s will do next before overtaking. That became much more difficult as I progressed.
Actually, he's the only driver registered for that car, so could be that they're also running from one sim rig.
Yeah, maybe just people changing. We just don't know who's actually driving right now. It's very much possible. I think quite a lot of guys do that. When one friend has the best sim rig and they decide, oh, it's just gonna race from your home then.
Because I think mid-lap crisis, I remember that it's Lee O'Brien running alone, always.
Yeah, but for sure they were different drivers, because after 2 hours they slowed down quite significantly. First two were basically even, just swapping places. Whoever makes a mistake or catches a GT3 car in the wrong place, but after I took out like 10 to 15 seconds in one stint from their lead, and I think it's a different driver for sure.
And difficult to overtake here? That's what it at least looked like.
It's quite, yes. If you want, yes, it's quite difficult. If you want to make a safe pass, it's only a couple of good options. If you want to be brave and risk it, there's more. But if you have a similar pace, then it's quite difficult. I was following mid-lap crisis for I think 3 or 4 laps before I could pass him. Maybe I could pass him a few times into a turn 1, but I was close just by the bumper, but I actually just let off the throttle and gave myself a half a second gap. So because our outwash is quite significant with these cars, and if you're half a second or closer, it's significant, and it will understeer quite a lot. So I just let them go, and I overtook them when they were overtaking a GT3 car on the last corner, and I could make a bit of a wider entry, and I took a more speed, and then I was side by side into turn 1, and then it was moved on by then. And I think quite a lot of guys deserve a lot of respect for not going all out and thinking about long term, because I think there were a few cases where Lee O'Brien could overtake me, but also choose not to and not to send it, and it would have just destroyed our lap time, and on that count maybe our cars as well. So I think everyone was a bit level-headed, at least in Division 1.
Yeah, it's been a pretty clean race, actually. Overall, we haven't seen that many incidents. We've seen
Yeah.
a few, but just having a look.
I had one incident only with a GT3
Yes,
car.
we actually had that on the stream.
Oh no. Not a good look.
Lamborghini, yeah.
Yeah.
But
I was hoping for him to move to the right.
Actually, nobody has any penalty yet. Only warning so far this
Oh wow.
stream.
I was actually then glancing at the left of my screen, checking if no penalty is coming my way. Cause yeah, that was a bad judgment from me. I was hoping the Lambo will move to the right and take a wide entry to the corner, and I think his usual line was a bit more shallow entry and like a more of a B line than a U line. And of course I didn't know that because I just caught him, and I hoped, and the hope is not very good to hope for something.
Actually,
Yeah,
there
it
is
was
one
too late.
penalty. I just checked. Aeronautica Racing Endurance received a drive-through for contact with Jan Nims in the Sean Clark Racing GT3 car.
Oh wow. Yeah, Yannims is he's not leaving much space, but he's just leaving enough. Overtook him a few times. Yeah, it's quick guys here. So
well, Jan Nims, as we've seen previously in all World Sim Series races, wherever he goes, it's almost always a win for him. At least in Assetto Corsa.
yeah, but now I see his fastest lap is 2 minutes 1:0, and P2 is 2 minutes 1.3. So quite close. Let's see on pace.
Looked like GT3 was maybe a little bit closer. Sean Clark Racing pulled out about half a minute of a gap still, but right now they've got 45 seconds in the lead, but it's not as big of a difference as it is in DPI.
Yeah, I think it's like I said, DPI has so much more settings on the setup, because we're using just my old setup. I think it was from Watkins Glen, and then it was slightly adapted to this track. We're ironically both race engineers, but we didn't spend much time on the setup because we were too busy. It's a safe setup that we're racing. It's for sure if you do something wrong, it understeers. It doesn't snap on you. It's a much more comfortable setup. Also, we went for a quite soft, fast bump compression, so it takes a bump very well, it almost deletes it, but a rebound is quite hard to avoid the car from bouncing. And this makes, if you take one bump, it's fine, but if you take multiple bumps multiple big bumps in a sequence, like it is on the last corners, then it's a bit more tricky to control the car because its the suspension doesn't droop in time for the next bump. So it's good in all corners, but it's a bit tricky in the last corner. But if you take it a little bit easy, it's fine. And I think it's tricky for everyone. Anyway,
It's definitely one of the harder tracks to get the right setup of the car, and then also requires a lot of commitment from the drivers as well.
yeah, I think the damper settings in this track are the most important from all of the tracks. Because usually damper settings are important, but more of a ride height, spring rates, stuff like that is a bit more important than the damper setting. But here I think damper settings are quite important to get those bumps. And it will work together, especially for the DPIs. You want to keep the floor quite level, so been working as well a bit on the setup on the heave dampers, because these have heave dampers, so there's actually 3 springs in each end of the car, and you can tune the car in heave motion, which is braking, accelerating, and well, like a bump that sees both tires at the same time. So it's good to have these cars separating out those suspension components, those setup changes, because it's a bit easier. You can make a heave dampers and springs a bit more stiff, and then the corner springs a bit more soft. So on braking and accelerating, you have a bit more stable platform that doesn't move around, doesn't change downforce much. But when you hit a bump with a single wheel, it's softer. So that's our strategy with the setup. I'm sure there's much more you can do with many laps of practice and testing.
Right now, you're about 25 seconds in front of Mid-lap Crisis in 6th. And also Trackguard Racing, 97 seconds ahead of you in 4th place.
Yes, but I think Mid-lap Crisis has 2 long pits and we have 1.
Yes, they have 2 long.
So we're actually like a lap down, roughly.
But also, I mean, Mid-lap Crisis now is... they don't have many ways out at the moment, as if they have an incident, they'll actually have to fully repair the car. You know.
Yes. Yes, and these cars are very sensitive, even from a small contact. The contact I had, it was too small to affect, but yeah, I know from experience these cars, if you just have a slightly bigger contact than I had, it would very quickly diminishes the front downforce, and then you're struggling a lot.
We actually saw something very strange here today. We saw a car get stuck on the grass.
Oh, yep, done that in practice.
So I don't think we've ever seen this before, that the cars get stuck in the grass.
I'm not sure, but I think it's an update from custom shaders patch. Because the grass, you can see it's getting better, it's improving. The grass and gravel is improving with every custom shaders patch update. And now actually you can dig in to the grass, and when you dig into the grass and these cars are so low, you're just on the floor immediately. So
this is the first time I've seen this in sim racing at all, to have a car get stuck in the grass.
Yes, I've done it in a race, I think it was a few months ago. It was very frustrating. But it was some sort of a practice race. I think it was with a LMP freeze in multi-class 1 hour championship. And I got stuck in the grass here in this corner, actually, went wide, then backed up into the grass to not avoid being hit and don't be in the way, and then I just sat there, couldn't do anything. So yeah, I had to actually pit and lose quite a lot of time. And then of course there's these controls locked penalty, and it's a lot of lost time there was.
I don't remember which car it was exactly, but one of the guys for sure.
I might have seen him pass. I might have passed him. Not sure if that was that guy, but there was a car that was very slow on the gravel, and I thought if they're stuck or not, but I didn't notice who was there.
So had one of the cars, which was the second Sean Clark Racing GT3. Not sure is still in the race. No, it is still in the race, but we saw that car actually dropping a lot of time. I think they had to reset at some point.
Yes, it's actually quite good with Assetto Corsa. It's much more friendly compared to other sims for the endurance racing, because if you crash, you can still reset. Basically, it's like you have 2 extra chassis in a pit, and you can just hop into them, like they did with Formula 1 cars back in the day.
Yeah, it does look like it gives teams some more options, maybe sometimes than running a bit more aggressively. But here at Sebring, I don't think that's that crucial. But when you go to the Nordschleife, for example, I remember seeing a lot of teams really using those long pits more for fixing the car than for driver changes.
But for Nordschleife, it becomes another calculation because 1 lap is so long. So if you're like 1 minute or 2 minutes left on that lap and you crash there, it's better than just to go to the pits and repair in the pits normally, like you do in Assetto Corsa, then just go back to pits like with teleporting and then change a car, because then you have to do the lap all over again. It's like a 6-8 minute lap.
No, but there you'd often see teams. If they had a crash, they'd just use the long pit to fix it.
Yes. It's just we also did these calculations with our team. I think it was I was racing with Attack Sim Racing with GT3 Porsche, GT4 Porsche, and we decided then. I think it was after. If it was after carousel and the car was drivable, you go back to the pits normally. You don't waste a long pit on that crash. Thankfully, we didn't have to use that strategy. We didn't have much crashes there, like no significant crashes, just slight bumps. But that was our strategy, because in other case you lose that 2/3 of a lap. It was not worth it. And in Sebring it's much more usable because it's such a short lap, so that's why I immediately went into the pits when I had a crash.
Very, very interesting insight. 2 hours 25 to go in this one. What is your? I guess seeing this strategy maybe a little bit better. Who is your favorite now for the top 3? Let's say, because P1, I guess the favorite is Sean Clark Racing in the DPIs. But
for sure.
2 and 3, who would you bet on today?
What's the gap? It's 36 seconds from Bing Bong Racing to Attack Sim Racing.
Yeah.
So 36 seconds is not much, because you can lose 1 second with every GT3 car that you catch in the wrong place. And so there's that. So now running Attack Sim Racing is actually running better lap times than Bing Bong Racing team. So my money is still on Attack Sim Racing, because they're in the lead and they are running a bit faster. So if nothing happens, they should win. But if nothing happens, a big if.
And Bing Bong into the pits. So probably just a normal pit stop. It's quite hard to track. We've seen a lot of these cars go into the pit lane early, sometimes late. Now everybody's kind of mixed up in terms of strategy.
Yes. But I think the strategy is still basically the same. It just depends if you have some externalities like where you crash, or maybe you had a small incident and went in just to repairs. That will throw you off like the lead car with no crashes and no repairs.
Yeah, that's normally what we see is somebody having an incident somewhere and then let's say stopping mid-stint compared to what the leader's doing. Pretty much every 5 minutes we see a DPI come into the lane.
Yes. And with GT3s, I think it's quite similar, but they're running a bit longer stints than the DPI.
Yeah, well, we saw an hour and 15, I think, stint.
Yeah. It also depends on the car. Some cars can go a bit longer than others. I think Lambo is second longest car it can do the stint on. The Aston Martins have a bigger fuel tank, but also use more fuel. So about the same. I can actually check which car can go longest.
But I think it was the Lambo who went the longest. But it looks like for some of the teams, they're also limited by the tires.
Yes, I think that's a limitation. If someone's running mediums and even softs, there's for sure gonna be tire limited. Maybe the team who had the long stint had to run the hards, I think,
Yeah, they were
last.
running the hard. Because everybody else on the mediums, they stopped pretty much at the hour mark. And everybody else was... Everybody who was on the hard, they kept running very, very long into the race.
Yes.
And it might have us an advantage, you know, if you're running 15 minutes longer than everyone else in 4 hours, you can save a pit stop.
So with the cars, if you don't look at the tires, only at fuel, BMWs at 4 can go 41 laps in one stint. That's the longest, and there's Porsche with 40 laps, and then there's a Lambo with 39 laps. And then the rest are about 38, 37, with Ferrari being only 32 laps. So Ferrari is very fuel inefficient and has quite a small fuel tank. But I think most of teams are still running about an hour just on the tire, not on the fuel limited. Especially now, I think it's gonna be good conditions for mediums. It's gonna be too cold for hards. I think that's a strategy there, and it doesn't matter how much fuel is actually, how long you can go on just on fuel in a stint.
Interesting, because now, but we can make 39 laps. That's about an hour and 18 minutes on a single tank of fuel.
Yes, and yeah, they're not doing it. It's not worth it simply. And we can see the top cars and GT3 cars are running mediums and a few hards, but further down. So it's for sure not worth it to run the hards now.
Looks like it. The NKS SMR team ran hards for quite a while, and they're now up to third.
I was actually thinking about gambling on soft for the start, because we had a very slow lead lap by the safety car, so that already took out some time, and then we're not using tires much in that one lap. And I was actually thinking maybe I should go for softs. It's cold, maybe it will be faster, of course, with a bit higher degradation, for sure. And I will for sure finish on like a completely worn out tire. But maybe I could do it, and then I just checked that everybody else was on mediums, and I thought, okay, maybe I should go on mediums as well, just not to be completely ruined by my own strategy. But I think for sure I would be faster for about 20 minutes, but the last 15 minutes I'm not sure. Probably not.
even in that cold temperature, you think the soft was wearing out too much?
I think yes.
Be a race tire.
Like I said, I didn't test it. If I had more testing time, I would have tested it. But in 20 minutes, in 10 minutes of qualifying, the soft didn't worn out, and basically anything noticeable. So 20 minutes on a soft would be for sure doable, but then the last 15 minutes will be difficult. Also depends on the setup, because our setup is good on the tires. We have don't have much toe, both in front and in rear, so it's not scrubbing tires much.
So, do you think some teams might actually be maybe trying to make a setup that actually scrubs more in order to get the temperatures up?
I thought that would have been a good idea. I think that's what the leading team does for sure, because it actually suits the circuit. We have a lot of low-speed corners that are very important, followed by a long straight. So you want that bigger toe in at the front. Toe out at the front, and a bigger toe in at the rear to be faster through the low-speed corners than compromised on the high speed, which they are not much. And they're not that important. But like I said, it becomes a whole different setup, so then you can maybe run a little bit different anti-roll bars, maybe slightly different spring rate, or at least a heave spring rate. And then you can minimize the disadvantages and too much nervousness and oversteer by increasing the front toe. But that would for sure help with the... If you can keep the front tires happy and at the right temperature, I think that's for sure at least half a second of improvement per lap, if you can actually make the setup for it. And that car still would be drivable.
Very interesting how setup dependent really those DPIs are. But
yes.
Obviously it looks like it's also driver dependent.
Yeah, like I said, it's like what? 0.8 seconds, 0.6 seconds. Beth is slower than Nirola. No, 1 second. 1 second.
Yeah, it's a second.
So yes, there's that.
Obviously, Nirola was running earlier in the morning, so it should be.
No,
faster
it will be slower. Nirola would have been more soft. Now it's better. It's better to run now. I was improving every single stint with the temperatures rising.
Normally it goes the opposite way, so very interesting.
Yes. Maybe, actually for them, if they actually can heat up the tires, and we're speculating here, if they can heat up the front tires, then the temperature doesn't really matter for them. Then it will be faster in the cooler air, then the engine makes more power.
More downforce as well.
Slightly more downforce, yes. But we're not running big wings, we're running a wing free, so that's on a lower end. Especially here, like I said, it's important to concentrate on the slow speed corners, and then an added bonus of fast on a straight line also helps with clearing some cars.
And the traffic, it looks pretty manageable, doesn't look too many issues.
There's issues when there's like 3 cars and all of them fighting, then it becomes issues. Like I said, I was not careful enough one time and I burned 5 seconds due to it and almost crashed. So when you're approaching a single car, it's for sure okay, it's not bad, but a few cars in a row, like you can see here, with Taksim Racing approaching 2 Lambos, this will be interesting, but I think it's at a good place where Taksim Racing will clear them just on the inside of this corner. Let's see, crisscross, and yep, here you go. Actually, they're actually not clearing them. Yes, but it would have cleared theirs. It depends a lot where you catch, and sometimes it's easier with the fast cars, with the top drivers and GT3s. You actually know where they're gonna be because you know they're fast. But with some slower cars, it's difficult to predict where they're gonna go because they might be taking a bit of incorrect racing lines, or not carrying enough speed, and you actually want them sometimes to be faster, so you can just predict where they're gonna be and not lose time. But yeah, I was for sure driving carefully, and I was hoping to have 0 incidents. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. But we still don't have incidents here. I think it was only my 2. Oh no, we actually have 5 incidents now. So Budovic did 3 incidents somewhere. Probably very small touches. So traffic is okay. It's just sometimes hard to predict.
It's not too many cars out on track as well, but 30 remaining.
Yes, I think we started with 38, or am I wrong? 34.
Yeah.
34 cars in Division 1.
Yeah, so not too many retirements also.
Yeah, it's like I said, people are driving smartly. They're not risking too much. So they're keeping in the race. I think it will heat up in about an hour or so, where it's going to be less twist, and actually people are gonna start fighting a lot and for the track positions.
There's one GT3 that retired after lap 1, and then 3 DPIs that have retired throughout the race. But, yeah, pretty clean.
Can we go to the car number 20? I see they're about to catch up with the car number 15, Jean-Claude Racing with NKS SMR.
Yeah, the MKS SMR car is the orange one in front. They actually kept a steady gap of about 3 seconds, but last lap MKS SMR lost 2.5 seconds to Jean-Claude Racing, so maybe traffic played it, and they pit. Yes, SMR down to pit road. It doesn't look like they have damage on the car, so... Or maybe they do on the left side.
Maybe slight damage also might be just worn out tires, and they're offset on their strategy from the other team, and that's why they were so much slower now. No damage, but just worn out tires.
Yeah, could be.
Okay,
yeah, but
it's
they
been
lost
nice.
a lot of...
It's been nice chatting to you. I'm gonna let Lucas take over.
Good luck to your team as well for the rest of the race. Early stop for NKS Samar, well, at least compared to the race leader. That loses them the spot versus, or they were battling before, which is the Jean-Claude Racing machine. Stretch out their stints a little bit. They at the end with the same amount of pit stops as everybody else. In terms of long stops in the GT3s, we've got Velociraptor Racing Team, Kamikaze Small Racing, Pirogas Banditas, Full Throttle, Aeronautica, SP Cool FPV are the only ones who have done 2 long stops. There's one car which has done 0 long stops, which is the Petrozzini Racing machine, but that has been retired since lap 1, so it makes sense they didn't do any more long stops. Everybody else on a singular long stop. And no real incidents, no real penalties so far either. One drive-through that the Aeronautica Racing Endurance team received 2 hours and 18 minutes into the race. So, not really anything crazy. And an extremely clean race. We've seen definitely races that have been much, much more dirty. And this one actually going extremely well and extremely clean. closest battle out on track must be the Team Apex International fight with Attack Genesis. Attack Genesis 19th overall at the moment in the black Lamborghini, and Team Apex International in the white. They're teammate. No, I think they are the ones that were running up in a podium place, but lost time. Now, unfortunately, they're really doing a very fantastic job at the front of the field, but they've had some issues throughout the race now, and they're actually losing a lot of time to the Attack Genesis cars, so doesn't look very fast, that Lamborghini. Lost Raptor 2 car is actually quite close to Small Racing in the white Ferrari, the only Ferrari in the field, who are actually quite close to Kamikaze in the highest running Mercedes AMG. So, doing a good job as one today. The gap's close, at least in some parts of the field. Leaders, yeah. In both classes, the fight for the lead is close to non-existent. Still something's doable. Raptor 2. Got one of the McLarens behind, and that's actually the Rogus team, who are a lap down. So he can now see the Ferrari can now see the AMG, and actually they're both closing in, so the Ferrari's closing in on the AMG, and the Lambo's closing in on the Ferraris. Should be an interesting battle as we get to the end of their stints here, and I think Lucas is back.
Yes, I'm back. Missed a little bit of the racing, not my fault, sorry. So what did I miss?
Well, the big news, or the big change, is now that Sean Clark Racing have switched drivers to Simon Speff. He's now behind the wheel of that car. He's not been as quick. He's actually been a second slower than his teammate before, and actually that gap has stabilized at the front of the field. So Attack Sim Racing have managed to stay on the lead lap.
Okay, interesting. So I guess you got some inside info from Matas Menelis, yes?
Yeah, definitely. It looks like teams are really struggling with tire temperature, especially front tire temperature in the DPIs, and that could also explain the big speed difference that Sean Clark Racing are able to achieve. This, by the way, battle for 24th overall, Small Racing versus Kamikaze, and they've got Velociraptor coming up behind them as well. Closed up very quickly, the Schwal, and I think they're not going to have too many issues as Kamikaze runs off the road and gives that position up, and they actually give that position up to Velociraptor as well.
Yeah. Basically, will he get a penalty for that, or because he slowed down quite a lot?
Yeah, there's nothing to be penalized there. He made a mistake. He went off the road. He slowed down. He gained no advantage. He lost 2 positions.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't see a penalty there. But there's only been 1 drive-through in this whole race.
That's quite good.
Yeah, it's been very clean. We're 4 hours in almost, and it's been an incredibly clean race here at Sebring.
Well, discounting the first lap.
Yeah, but first lap is first lap. But
yeah,
I mean, most cars survived that, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't. We didn't have 5 cars retired. We had 1 car retired after lap 1.
Yep. And I think that Mercedes in the back of these two had a little bit of problem coming out of the corner.
Yeah, but it looks like that
In the
driver,
background.
he's just struggling for pace at the moment. He's struggling to keep that car pointed in the right direction.
Okay.
So he's been losing a lot of time. I mean, these guys caught up to him. They were catching up 2 seconds a lap. But this is now a proper battle, because Velociraptor is just a little bit quicker than Schmal Racing.
Yeah. And Ferrari, Lamborghini.
Yep. So we're seeing GT3 battle of at least one car is not a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
And
Quite
actually,
sure.
International Racing, they're up to 5th in the GT3s, in the Aston Martin.
Nice.
So I was saying, you just have to survive.
So
And
what happened to the McLaren that was the leading car out of non-Lamborghinis?
the Aeronautica team, they were the ones who actually received the only drive-through that we saw, and they
Oh.
are 29th.
Okay.
They're 16 laps down from the overall lead, and I think about 6 laps down from the GP3 lead.
DPI coming up on these two guys.
I think that's the Attack Racing car.
Oh, no problem. Thought it might cause some slowing down for one of these two.
Quite clean, and now the Ferrari's feeling the pressure. On board with the Velociraptor car. He's got the Ferrari up in front. There's a Aston Martin letting them through. I think that's the full throttle racing car. Let's see what Velociraptor does now. Doesn't try it down the inside. Maybe could have. Maybe had that space there. And has a chance to overtake now, I think, into the
Yes.
right-hander here.
Yeah.
The Ferrari's not going to defend it. Nope, it backs out of it again.
Sort kind of looked like the Ferrari moved a little bit to the inside. Maybe
I don't
that's
really
why
think so, but he had enough space there. I mean,
Yeah, he definitely had.
So maybe just a little bit indecisive there.
Maybe.
That AMG behind, by the way, lost another about 4 seconds, or actually over 5 seconds last lap. Just keeps losing time behind.
Not enough practice, probably.
We don't even see it in our shot anymore, so yeah.
Yeah.
Losing time, definitely. And this battle continues on. Oh, that's the AMG right behind. See it going sideways out of almost every corner.
Medium tires. Maybe the tires are gone.
I don't think so, because Magnus was saying that the hards are going to be difficult to get warmed up. So I think the mediums are the right choice here. Maybe the hards a bit later on to the inside. Goes the Lambo again, backs out of it, and goes wide. So doing a lot of these indecisive moves, and that's just costing them both time. They've got the Velociraptor first car in front of them, 22 seconds ahead of this battle. And they're actually gaining time. This Velociraptor 2 car, the lap times are actually very, very good. 2 minutes 3.8. You'll be looking at about 2 minutes 3.3 by the Attack Genesis car in 19th overall. So that's the first car that's running quicker than the Velociraptor 2 car.
Well, that seemed like a good exit from the last corner.
Again,
Maybe
but
now.
he had a chance. Backs out of it again. He's now going to be side.
Oh, seemed like Ferrari made a mistake.
Yeah, I think he did, but again, Velociraptor, the driver behind the wheel of that car.
Too cautious.
Check it out. Who is behind the wheel of this one? Simone Zanon behind the wheel. In the Velociraptor 2 car, yep. And just a little bit indecisive here.
Now, nice exit. Surely he will do it.
Yeah, I think now this might be a done deal into Sunset Bend. Actually, looks like Schwal lifting off just a little bit to allow him through, and that's a position switch finally. That Velociraptor car does look fast. Let's see how fast it will be once it gets into clean air. And I don't think Schwal is gonna fight this one. I wouldn't really see the point. I wouldn't really see the point. 2 hours to go. You want to fight a car that's actually quicker than you at the moment? I mean, you're not going to keep him behind for 2 hours, so it would be very difficult. If the pace difference was smaller, I would say yes. I think the pace difference now is big, at least seeing how quickly he caught up. But let's have a look. Now, this is overall race leader. Clark Racing, 97 seconds at the front, so extended that gap, but only by about 7 seconds in the past hour of racing. So pace has normalized, and they're back to being in the same class with the DPIs and not running 2 seconds a lap quicker.
Yeah.
And that shows that not only do they have what looks like to be a very good setup, but Jussi Neirala has been incredibly fast.
Yes.
Driver making a difference as well.
A huge difference in this case.
And getting past one of the GT3s. Sean Clark Racing, by the way, still leads both classes, as they lead GT3 by about 70 seconds. And behind the wheel of the Sean Clark Racing GT3 car, who actually just set the fastest lap of the race in the GT3s, it's Jan Nims. Probably the fastest driver in a GT car on World Sim Series.
Quite a known driver, well-known driver.
We're seeing him race as well in the MX5 series on every other Tuesday on WorldSimSeries.com, and well, he just dominates those races. He shows up and he wins. That's the Jan Nims way. Just some statistics about Jan Nims, who's behind the wheel right now of this green Lamborghini. This green Lamborghini, I don't mean the one that's further back, which is the exact same color. This one, the 63. Actually, the other one I think is also 63. Jan Nims. So Jan Nims has done 116 races on WorldSimSeries.com, and he has won 63 of those. So 54% of races that Jan Nims has done, he's been first. 72% of races that he's done, he's been in the top 3. So 84 races. And 98 races, he's finished in the top 50%.
Those are some nice stats.
Yeah, exactly. And he has 7 did not starts and 10 did not finishes.
Not a lot compared to how many races he has done.
Yes. So of the races he has finished, Jan Nims has not been in the top 50% once.
Yeah. That's hard to do.
Yeah, exactly.
He's very fast.
And there's also a feedback system on the World Sim Series profiles. You can rate the driver well or badly. 16 people have been positive about Jan Nims, 5 people have been negative. Probably those 5 are the ones that he beat. and they just weren't happy about it.
Yes. Usually those who mark those do not like the driver usually are them who are the fault for the whatever happened between them.
Yeah, Nim's probably I'm not sure, maybe somebody from World Sim Series can actually comment and confirm, but probably the driver who's won most special events, the most special events out of anyone on the platform. Maybe somebody can confirm this.
And when you think about that like and not like the drivers, that 16 who liked, so how many drivers just didn't have the reason to mark anything?
Yeah. Exactly.
If he was an aggressive driver, reckless driver, he probably would have a lot more dislikes.
Yeah, I think so.
So he's fast and a fair driver, probably.
I mean, in the MX-5 races, he's so fast that he's not even close to anybody most of the time. So there's nobody really to crash into, even if you wanted to. So yeah, no reason to be angry at him, because a lot of the time you can't even reach him. But he's been fastest this stint, definitely. He set the fastest time of the race, but the drivers behind, I mean, they're kind of keeping pace right now. 2 minutes 1.5 for Jan Nims, and in the FPV car behind is a 2 minute 1.9 by Ivanov. So actually not bad. I mean, pretty close in terms of pace. I think that just now Jan Nims is finding something extra sometimes on those laps where he knows the track's clear and he can do something. He'll probably is finding a little bit extra that we know he has. 2 minutes 1.3. So yeah, pretty similar-ish pace to everyone, I would say.
Yeah, pretty consistent. Probably he's a little bit careful, not risking too much.
Yeah, again, big gap that he has. 70 seconds in front of anyone else. Yeah, look at that. And he thought about staying behind, and he would have stayed behind, but then the McLaren just let him pass, and then he overtook. So not forcing the move is also important.
Doesn't need to also.
Yep. I think he's very happy to lose a second or two.
Sure.
If that means he doesn't damage the car or gets a penalty. Because the worst thing they could do now is get a stop-and-go penalty for something.
Yeah.
Attack Sim Racing, turning up the heat. 49-1. And just gained 2 seconds on the Sean Clark racing car last lap. That's the fastest lap of the race for them so far. Still about a second off what UC Nerula managed to do in the Sean Clark racing car. But good job. Very good job by Attack Sim Racing, finding pace as the race goes on. And if they'll need to fight in the end, I mean, if UC Nerula doesn't get back into the car, which I think he will because they've still got one more long stop to go. But there is a chance to get closer for Attack Sim Racing and actually put some pressure on them. You know, if you put pressure, you might push someone into making a mistake somewhere.
Well, can they actually come close and maybe
I wouldn't
put
say
some pressure?
Close, but if Scribbage can now kind of get on a heater and just keep pushing, he might start getting closer, and that could, be in the back of Sean Clark Racing's mind. Look, if you have a stop and go penalty, for example, right? Have a 10-second stop and go. You're gonna lose 40 seconds or so.
Well, basically, all other teams need that the cards just fall their way. Otherwise,
Yeah, of
probably
course.
there's no chance.
No, to catch up, like actually catch up, it's not, I don't think that's possible.
Yeah.
But if you can put a little bit of pressure on and say, look, I'm still here, you know, I'm catching up. Sometimes it can fall into your hands, you know, if somebody makes a mistake.
Well, if you were driving the first car, would you actually be worried having that large of a gap if someone maybe was faster 1 or 2 laps behind you?
Well, he's not 1 or 2 laps behind. He's under a lap behind. But
No, I meant 1 or 2 laps faster than you.
oh no,
He
but
did faster laps.
I think I'd be more worried that I'm going to get complacent and just relax too much.
Hmm.
That's the problem, you know. That's when mistakes come in. If you really relax and you think, oh, okay, this race is done. Like, I don't need to do anything anymore. That's when you crash. And it's always like that. Once you relax, you crash.
Yeah.
Always. So, yeah, that's, I guess, their goal. By the way, this is Apex Assassin. Heard from Matas earlier on, who ran the first half of this race. Mid-lap crisis behind have actually completed all of their long stops. So, Apex Assassins are actually about 1.5 laps behind, if you look at it that way.
Okay.
And so what happened with Apex Assassins is they had a mistake out on track and then had to do an extra stop to repair the car.
Yeah, I saw that. Basically came out of the pits, planned pits, and then that outlap, there was a mistake.
Bing Bong Racing down to pit road, and I think that is a long stop. Looks like it. So second long stop of the race, and the final one, the final mandatory one. You can actually do an extra long stop, as many extra long stops as you want. They're not required, but let's say you want to change a driver again, or you want to fix the car, and it's quicker to actually do a long stop than wait and fix the car. You can do that. That is an option.
Oh, and I see that Team Kamikaze has a DNF, right?
Yes. That's quite a while ago now.
So 9 cars, and like you said, number 10 overall is a GT3 car.
Yep. So there, whatever happens, overall 10th is gonna go to a GT3 car.
Yeah.
And we'll see if there's any more issues for the DPIs. They might go up even higher. Obviously, overall doesn't matter. Wherever you finish overall with a GT3, you don't care. You can finish, you know.
Yeah.
Unless you're in the top 3, then it's amazing. But, I mean, anywhere else, it doesn't matter. All that matters is where you are in class.
Of course. But top 10 also sounds good.
Yeah, not bad, definitely. This is Attack Genesis catching up to International Racing Team, who are running the highest placed non-Lamborghini. They had a longer pit stop somewhere because this car, the Bloss Racing machine, is in 18th when they are in 16th overall, and catching up. Well, not catching up. The gap's small, about half a minute, which isn't big in this race, as we've seen. That gap can disappear very, very quickly. But Attack Genesis catching up to International Racing Team for sure. We can see that gap coming down. Maybe International Racing Team just struggling a little bit with maybe a new driver on board, maybe some new tires that they have to figure out. But Lost Racing actually with hard tires on their car, so they're gonna try and run long. What's very interesting is that you see a lot of hard tires towards the back of the GT3 field, none at the front.
Yeah.
Which is weird to me, because Matas confirmed that they are definitely tire limited rather than fuel limited. The Lambo can run about 1 hour and 18 minutes maybe more in a single tank of fuel. And we've seen them stop much earlier than that. So, I mean, if you run a hard tire, in 4 stints, you can save a pit stop. That's 50 seconds, at least. Oh, and that is going to be a position switch, I think. They're going to go side by side, and I think Attack Genesis should get that position. It doesn't look like International Racing Team are going to fight them too hard. Nope. Slots in behind, and Attack Genesis moves up 1 position. Attack Genesis. They are in now 8th in 8th.
Yeah, so back on those hards, like you were talking about on those save pit stops. Yeah. So why aren't the top GT3 drivers using hards?
I have no idea. That's the same question I have.
Yeah.
Because you can definitely save 2 pit stops. Maybe they tested and saw that it's too slow, actually?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Yeah, maybe they are losing too much for that 1 pit stop to make up the lost time. But at the same time, being a slower car, those that are lower in the field, you would have, it seems like you would have a lot more, confidence in the car, maybe, because the tires get warm, there's more grip, you can drive it with more confidence. So what's the point in going hard and losing time? Even if you gain 1 pit stop, you're not gaining much.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very strange. And I think for the leaders, they would actually not lose. How much time are you actually gonna lose?
Yeah, the leaders being faster probably could handle those harder tires and
probably
still
set
use
up
that.
the car. Yeah, they could set up the car to make the hard tires work, just to generate more heat. Very strange that the drivers further down. Maybe they know that the tire falls off at the end. They don't want to have that.
Maybe, especially on the Lambo, it's the rear likes to snap quite violently.
Yeah, so maybe they're just thinking, okay, we'll go with the hard. Maybe we'll be a bit slower, but at least we're safer with hard tire, because you're gonna heat up the rear. You're not gonna have problems with the rear. You're gonna have problems with the front, and that's an understeery car, which is safe to drive. Again, you're not getting the rear to snap as well.
Yeah, probably.
Tracknard down to pit road, out of 3rd position. They've got Apex Assassins behind them in terms of track position, but they're not going to overtake them in this pit stop unless it's a long stop, which it is. So Tracknard down to do a long stop, and they're going to hope it's their final long stop of the race, because that's their 2nd one.
The last one. Yeah.
Apex Assassins doing a job. 3rd place right now. When the other car is disconnected, they'll come out 3rd once they can get past front. That is doing a long stop, but Apex Assassins do owe us 1 more long stop. Mid-lap Crisis do not. And actually, this might be Mid-lap Crisis coming out into podium position. Potential podium position. Sean Clark Racing into the pits, and their final long stop as well. We'll see. It should be Yusinera getting into the car, because Simon Speff climbed out of it. Track hard still down in the pits at the moment.
So this car, Apex Assassins, is driven by a driver that probably has hands-on knowledge of the actual track.
Yeah, it could be. And
living close to the Sebring
least knows the weather and how hot it does get in Florida. Especially, I mean, I couldn't imagine a race at Sebring in August. That sounds like almost like hell. Even the March date I know is difficult for drivers, but this would be next level. Good that we're on a sim and air conditioning works a little bit better.
Yeah, if you have air conditioning.
If you live in Florida, you have air conditioning.
Yeah, in Florida you have to have, yeah.
And this is Mid-Lap Crisis, who move up to 4th. And since they've completed all of their long stops, they would be 3rd once Apex Assassins complete their final pit stop. Final long stop. So, yeah, looking positive for Mid-Lap Crisis. And you see Nair back behind the wheel of the Sean Clark racing car. Will we see the same pace? I think so, I hope, because that was very impressive to watch. But Attack looking more and more comfortable now in 2nd place in terms of real track position. Obviously, they're pitting later, they're having their long stop later, so they're leading quite a few laps, but again, when you owe a long stop, it's very hard to tell who's actually fighting for position. Track Hard comes out in 6th place. With 7 stops completed. Mid-Lap Crisis has completed 6 stops, same as Attack Sim Racing has. So Track Hard 47 seconds behind Mid-Lap Crisis. Even if Mid-Lap Crisis pit, I think they're going to come out in a very similar position, and they do that just now. Let's see if they can come out ahead of where Track Hard is out on track, and this might actually be a battle for 3rd position, a real 3rd position out on the circuit.
This might be interesting.
Actually, Bing Bong Racing as well. They've completed all of their long stops. So this is a proper battle. Tracknard number 1, they've completed 0 long stops. IRT Portugal, Fastbender FDV, all long stops completed. And Sean Clark Racing completed all of their long stops. Where's Bing Bong? Crossing the line now. Overtake Mid-Lap Crisis. And Tracknard, they get past Mid-Lap Crisis as well, who still aren't moving. So actually, I underestimated the length of the pit stop. I thought it would be much shorter. So that battle's, gonna be difficult. As they're coming out the pits now. Mid-Lap Crisis. And back out onto the circuit. They are 24 seconds down from 5th place Track Art.
Well, still quite close, actually, so
yeah,
hour and a half to go.
If they can find some good pace, yeah. I think they could catch up. But gonna depend on the pace, but obviously you can see teams sometimes make mistakes as well, so yeah, it's always a possibility.
If you have to push and just drive over your limits, it's easy to make a mistake then.
Yep, absolutely. Because here's Tracknard, number 2, and yeah, they need to catch up now to Bing Bong. That's a direct battle for position for 4th place. For 3rd, once Apex Assassins pit for their long stop. I feel like the long stop here is one of the less punishing long stops that we've seen on the World Sim Series special events here on Assetto Corsa. Because most of the time I feel like teams lose a lot more than just that lap and a half, 180 seconds. I think here the pit lane is quite
Short.
but it's quite slow, and teams lose a lot of time. It's a long time to get these cars refueled and tires changed. So maybe they're not losing as much time in those long stops.
Maybe.
Because even Sean Clark Racing, they were, what was it, about 100 seconds ahead, and they've come out 10 seconds behind the attack car. So a loss of about 110 seconds. It's not that bad. We've definitely seen worse in terms of these long stops. Yeah, it's definitely a 180-second long stop. Ooh, track guard a little bit. Slidey, but survives.
I was kind of looking at the Sean Clark Racing DPI, trying to see when that car goes through the bumpy parts, if you can see an difference of the actual car's movements.
I don't think
And
that. I think he'll see
seems
it.
like it seems like it's a little bit smoother through those bumpy parts.
I mean,
Maybe it's just
could also be
maybe it's
placebo.
just me, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But
So
I
this
don't think you'll
the
see
last
it that
corner,
much. Okay.
the last corner, the rear doesn't seem to bounce that much as other cars.
Could be, but
Just
I
seems to be settled a little bit more.
I think you're right that they have. I mean, for sure they have a better setup. At least seeing how the race is developing, it looks like they're able to get the tires working. They're able to get the car working. I think it's also UC Neighborhood has been on a heater today, and
Oh, the drivers are fast, no doubt. Yeah.
because once once Simon Speff got into the car, it was fast. I'm not saying Simon Speff was slow, but it wasn't unbeatable, right? Because they were running a very similar pace with Attack Sim Racing. I mean, the gap has stayed super similar. Maybe Sean Clark Racing gained like 10 seconds throughout that whole time, which is a gain. It's a nice gain, but it's not, it's not 60 seconds in an hour. So, yeah, I feel like it was a lot more grounded in terms of pace. And now that Neyrula is back behind the wheel, we're ready to see something else.
Last lap 49.5.
Yep. So, running. See how he does this lap. I think he's gained quite a lot, and though I think he did have a little bit of traffic. 49.5. It's already quite fast, but as soon as he gets into his zone and starts doing 48s, that's when you know. That's when you know what's up. 48.7. Yep, exactly.
Right.
So 48. Nobody else in this race has done a 48. No other. His teammate hasn't done a 48. No one's done a 48. And yeah, UC Neighborhood showing everyone that it's not only the car, not only the setup, but also who's behind the wheel. Fantastic job at the moment being done by UC Neighborhood. And great job by Sean Clark Racing in both classes. You've got Sean Clark Racing GT in the lead of GT3, and Sean Clark Racing now second in DPI, but the car ahead owes us one more long stop, and that will change the lead as their gap is just second. An hour and a half to go in this one, as we're inching closer to the midday point here from Florida. We're gonna take a break, about half an hour break, and come back to the live action for the last hour of the 6 hours of Sebring. And welcome back to Sebring, and welcome back to the 6 hours of Sebring here from WorldSimSeries.com. We're in the final hour of the race. 42 minutes to go in this one. And, well, race leader, it's still the same. Sean Clark Racing lead in both GT3 and in DPI. A little bit of contact from Bing Bong Racing with the Velociraptor GT3 machine.
Yeah, and we got most of the field has already done their long pit stops, so now there's just pure racing to the finish.
Yep, and actually in I'd say about 3 minutes time, we are going to see the final stops of the DPIs.
Yeah.
Any of the DPIs that will stop after about 2 minutes will be completing their final stop of the race.
Yeah, and
if not for any damage, but
yes.
normal stop.
Yes, and we should see then the actual finishing order without any mishaps.
Yep. So still, mid-lap crisis in with a shot of a podium. Bing Bong in with a shot at the podium. Tracknard now hold that final podium position. Attack pretty safe in second position, but the rest, I think that still change depending on pit stops. Aston Martin in the background spins and hits the wall. I think that might be this one. Yep, it's International Racing Team from 5th position into a barrier. They've got 70 seconds behind them. So they've
let's hope the contact wasn't too hard. That's the highest non-Lamborghini GT3 car.
Yep, and still, even if they pit, it doesn't look like there's any damage on it, but could be that maybe it's not visually being represented as much. This is not an original Assetto Corsa car, so
yes,
could be that.
So the damage model might not be the same as the original cars.
Could be that the actual damage the car does get is the same, but it could be that we're not seeing it visually.
Yes,
and this lap crisis that is coming through, they're 25 seconds down on P4 moment. So in terms of long stops, who are we missing? Nobody.
Yeah.
Everybody's done their long stops. Okay. So sprint to the finish. Only differences we'll see is if anybody has to make any extra pit stop in the GT
out of order.
Yep. So any pit stop in the GT3s that has been done in the last 40 minutes would be enough to the flag. But in the last 20 minutes, you're guaranteed to get to the finish. And actually, Sean Clark Racing, look at that, on the hard tire.
Yeah. Look at that.
Probably running a longer stint. Maybe they saw that they needed maybe, an hour 10 to make it. So put on the hard tire and get to the flag.
And save a pit stop, probably.
Yep. Save a pit stop, because if they had to make a pit stop, they're tight. I mean, 80 seconds behind is the FDV car. It's not super duper close, but it's pretty close.
They are probably just being a little extra careful.
So the number 2 car has spent 17 seconds more in the pits than the number 1. So Attack Sim Racing spent 17 seconds more in the pits than Sean Clark Racing. Both cars are on 8 stops. So spending more time in the pits. Wonder where Sean Clark Racing actually saves that time, but interesting to see.
Not needing to repair their car, maybe?
Yeah, could be. Yeah. Sean Clark Racing GT3, your GT3 class leader, 10th overall still. So prediction coming true of them finishing in a top 10 position. Of it, the GT3 winner finishing in the top position. We'll see who that is come the end of this race. And RLF behind, 80 seconds back. Sean Clark Racing, the other Sean Clark Racing car, 86 seconds back.
Third in GT3 class.
Yep. So similar gaps in all of the top three. But the NKS SMR team are only half a minute behind Sean Clark Racing. So within
Still,
a far shot of a podium.
yeah, anything can happen between those two.
Because NKS SMR, I think they just can't come out the pits. Because their last time was a 2:41. So that can be a pit stop.
Might have been.
Yeah, or maybe a massive mistake somewhere out on track where they lost 40 seconds. I doubt that.
Well, they have 6 pit stops compared to 5 for the top 2 and 6 for the third Sean Clark car. So maybe it's just a on-point pit stop, last one.
Yeah, could be. Could be maybe some damage earlier on. They had to make the stop early, so... Because we've seen this car... I mean, I've seen it at the back end of 20th plus, I've seen it. And now we're seeing it 4th in class, so... Things changed, definitely. A car we were looking at, which was the IRT Portugal car. They've struggled. Honestly, this whole race. They had that super early long pit, and we thought maybe they're coming back into this, but just hasn't happened today for them. They've done 2 long stops, so they didn't do any extra long stops. But yeah, just hasn't been their day, really. And also with fastest lap time, I mean, Miguel Silverio, he's the only driver in that car. His fastest lap is a 1:50.1, which is
2 seconds slower.
2 seconds slower than what Neirola's done. And you've mentioned that he's done a 47, but it was outside of track limits as well.
Yeah.
I don't know how can you be outside of track limits at Sebring. If you're outside track limits, you're on the grass, so you're not really going quicker.
Well, there's a couple of places when you can go outside and be on the
Oh,
tarmac.
right. You can do that at yeah, towards the end of the circuit. So yeah, okay, makes sense. Right here. Because yeah, I was thinking that it'd be very, very difficult to actually gain time, but yeah, you can cut that chicane and gain time. The chicane at Le Mans. IRT Portugal. I would say this is one of the nicest looking cars.
Yeah, I was thinking the same earlier. And by the way, look at this car going through the last corner. So much more bouncier than the Sean Clark racing car.
Well, yeah, it does look like it. Yeah, it's definitely a lot more bouncy, but also going, I mean, much, much slower. Right?
Yeah, so setup. Definitely Sean Clark Racing has the setup.
And you see Neirola. So I've had some extra data being sent to me. So in terms of average lap time, UC Neirola, his average is a 1:50.1. Second fastest driver out on track is Artur Fuchs, who's done 1 minute 51.0. Simon Speff at a 1:51.1. Eric Engel at 1:51.4. Amir Rahmanian at 1:51.4. Nikola Skribic at 1:51.4. Matas Mendeles at 1:51.5. Very good pace for Matas. And Carfield at 1:11.8. That is your average lap time so far.
So Nirola is second on average faster than the second. Damn.
In terms of GT3s, we'll look at average lap time. Simonas Urbanas, quickest in the number 16 Sean Clark racing car, and the second is Jan Nim. So Simonas Urbanas, 2 minute 2.2 average, 2 minute 2.6 for Jan Nims. Then it's Elisev Gosha at 2:02.8. Igor Ivanov, it's 2:03.0. Amr Abdelhadi at 23.2. Matteo Rega at 23.2. So 2 minutes 03.2. Daniel Dressel at 2 minutes 03.4. Radochonsky at 0.5, 0.5 for Leaf, 0.8 for Muravev, and 204.0 for Mikkel Hoff. Those are the average lap times. So Sean Clark Racing has spent a total of 786 seconds in the pits. Looking at the pit stops, they've all been pretty similar in terms of length. Looking at Attack Sim Racing, yeah, they've actually been losing on every single stop. It wasn't just that one stop's longer, but if you look at every single stop, the fastest they've had is a 72-second stop. Slowest, not counting the long stops, is a 75-second stop. And for Sean Clark Racing, fastest pit stop, 68 seconds. 72 seconds is their slowest stop. So
Interesting.
If you're gaining, an extra 2 to 4 seconds every pit stop, nice gains.
Well, yeah, Sean
Even
Clark
though
Racing.
Attack Sim Racing, for the long stop, 182 for them, fastest. Both of their stops were 182 seconds. For Sean Clark Racing, it's 183 and 184. So they're still leaving time on the table, both of them, because the long stop is 180 seconds. So all of them have left time on the table. 2 seconds left by Attack, and 3 and 4 left by Sean Clark Racing.
Yeah, but Sean Clark Racing seems to be on point, not only driving but in the pits as well.
Yep, and actually nobody's really close to them in terms of pit stop lengths.
Good preparation.
I wonder where they're gaining all this time, because how do you gain 3 seconds in a pit stop?
Are they gaining, or are everyone else just losing more?
Okay, but where do you lose 3 seconds in a pit stop then?
On the entry, maybe on the...
No, but this is only from line to line. I mean,
from line to line.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, this is line to line only. So I just don't. I mean, you can't have a better pit crew.
No.
So are they fueling less? But you're still. I mean, you're going to the end, right? Anyway, so you're going full tank, full tank, full tank. Maybe final stop you can go a bit less.
Can you lose time on maybe being a little bit more careful when you're braking to the pit box? Maybe everyone else...
Not 3 seconds.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. A bit too much.
For the GT3s, Sean Clark Racing GT3, they're actually, I believe, the car with not the least time spent in the pits. Least time spent in the pits in the GT3s is the RL FTV Shitsukur Duo car. They've spent. No, actually not. Hold on. I'm trying to look through all of them, but I think I found a car that has spent less time in the pits that's still running, though, by the way. That is the International Racing Team, the Aston Martin, highest running Aston Martin, highest running non-Lamborghini. They've spent 8 seconds less total throughout the race than what Sean Clark Racing has done. Shitsukur Duo have spent 3 seconds less than what Sean Clark. Because actually Sean Clark Racing were having fantastic pit stops until their final stop, which was the long stop, which for some reason was 187 seconds, which is 7 seconds over what the required time for a long stop. So some miscalculation there on their end, for sure. No idea how that happened, but see, I don't believe anybody has actually done a 1 minute 80 stop to a perfect long stop. Seen a few 181s, but yeah, the Tracknard team #1 have actually done a perfect long stop at 180 seconds. 181. Not really. No other real 180s.
But I'm guessing you do not really actually want to be on that 180, because that's maybe a little bit too close to a penalty if you just come out too soon.
But I mean, I'm seeing 182, 184, and that's quite a lot. I mean,
That's a lot, yeah.
you're leaving-
181's
181
there's-
is fine. Yeah,
yeah.
181 is fine. But 184, that's already, 4 seconds you're giving away out on track. And right now, actually, there is a battle. Mid-lap crisis versus Tracknard.
Tracknard.
Yep.
For third.
And I think Tracknard just out of the pits.
Or will they go one more time into the pits? Or did Tracknard make one stop more?
We'll see. We'll see when that actual stop comes in. If the stop comes in there. But yeah, Tracknard at the moment, having completed a 9th stop.
Interesting.
Not
And
many
they're
cars have.
third. Yeah.
And yeah, 9th stop was the shortest at 65 seconds. Still quite long. I mean, not the shortest stop we've expected to be, but it takes quite a bit of time to run down the pits.
So, how much pit stops do Sean Clark have? Guess I cannot
they
see.
actually just came into the pits, so they'll have 9.
So probably the Attack Sim Racing team and Mid-lap Crisis will have to pit.
I think so, yes. And
Splash and dash.
that's actually Tracknard coming down pit road again. And I'm gonna fear the worst here and say this is a drive-through penalty.
Oh,
I think.
well,
Let's see. They do not stop. It is a drive-through. I think that may have been too fast into the pits. And that's the worst thing they could have done, really.
yeah, the only two cars that could have had a battle for the last third place just got the penalty. Shame.
So now, does that bring in closer now? So mid-lap crisis, they're 20 seconds ahead. That's not going to be enough to lead, to be in front. Where is Bing Bong? They're here, and they've completed a 9th as well, so yeah, might be. Oh, that's actually pit entry, pit exit line. They crossed it, that's why they got that penalty. So not for speeding, they crossed the line.
Okay. So the question is, how much fuel does the mid-lap crisis team need to put
It
into the
doesn't
car to
really,
finish?
it doesn't really matter, because it's not going to be a 20-second pit stop. I mean, they can do what they want. It's not going to be a 20-second pit stop.
Yeah, I would like to see a battle to the finish.
It would be nice, definitely. Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen anything even close to a 20-second pit stop from anyone.
Attack Sim Racing in the pits.
So that is their final splash. I can tell you that the drive-through was 25 seconds for Tracknard. That's how much time they spent for a drive-through.
Yeah, so just driving through without stopping for fuel.
Yep. And Sean Clark Racing, their final stop was 60 seconds. The 9th stop, that was a splash, and I'm gonna guess tires if you're spending 60 seconds in the box. Let's see how long, though, can mid-lap crisis make it. I don't think they can make it. I don't believe so, but we'll see.
Don't you hear? Do you have any information on what lap did they make their last stop?
No, because if I did, I would tell you if they can make it to the end or not.
I'm just checking.
No, that's unfortunately that's not info that we received. So, yeah, it sometimes gets difficult predicting strategies.
Yeah.
20 minutes to go in this one. Been a relatively calm race, I would say. Not too many incidents.
Yeah.
Drivers have been acting well. So, there's been a drive-through for Team Apex International. There's been a drive-through for Aeronautica. So, whole race, okay, not whole race, 5 hours and 40 minutes, we have had 2 drive-throughs for incidents. That's not counting drive-throughs that may have come about for pit exit entry lines, pit lane speeding, all of those things, or track limits. Those are not counted here. This is only for actual on-track incident.
So basically, quite a clean race.
Yep. And there has been only 187 touches between cars.
Not a lot.
No, definitely not that much. And, you know, most of them are nothing touches.
Yeah.
Because that's even if you know, rub side by side, it counts it as a touch. Car collision. So, not that many incidents. No penalties. Only 2. Looks like the drivers are learning. They're being a lot more careful. We've had races where it was absolute chaos and everybody was driving into each other, but this time we're looking at a completely different race, a very mature race here at Sebring. It's a track that often does have some incidents, so happy to see a very, very nice race today.
Well, will they pit? They should.
But they're running really slow.
Saving.
Which could indicate fuel saving.
16 seconds behind.
Yeah, and that gap
Ragnar.
is closing. And I mean,
Yeah.
they're losing quite a lot. So
Basically, if they're losing more than a second a lap, there's gonna be a fight at the end.
we
And
can listen
I
in.
built.
We can actually listen in and hear if they're lifting at the end of, let's say, the straight. Definitely.
Yeah. So even if there's gonna be a battle for the third, if they are actually saving fuel, probably not gonna be much of a fight for Ragnar.
No, it wouldn't be much of a fight, but it's a big gap. And it doesn't sound like they're fuel saving that. I mean, they're saving, yes, but it's...
Last lap, second.
Yeah, it's a
1.2.
second, and if you listen to, you know, how the engine's working, they're definitely saving, yeah, but it's not that many meters that they're doing to save.
Well, this might get interesting after all.
Okay, we were completely wrong because they've just
Oh.
come down pit road, so all of this fuel saving is gone to nothing. Right, mid-lap crisis down onto pit road. That's going to promote Tracknart up to third on track. And they should be able to stay there up until the end of the race. By the way, that car right behind them is your race leader, Park Racing, who have a gap of 1.5 laps now over at Sim Racing and have run a dominant.
There is a soft tire choice for DPIs, right?
Yes.
I think there is. So.
But I think it's too warm.
No.
No, it's a medium and it's too warm now. I don't think a soft will
15 minutes. Not
it's
a lot.
too warm. I think you'll overheat the tire anyway. It's not that much about wear. It's more.
Yeah.
You're gonna destroy it. Battle's not done though, because that's a gap of 2.5 seconds to the Bing Bong car.
Maybe that's just not right, because definitely it's more that Ragnar. Oh, Bing Bong. Yeah.
No, Bing Bong.
Sorry.
No, it's Bing
Yeah.
Bong. No,
That would be
Tracknard are about
yeah,
half a minute up in front.
for fourth. So yeah.
Still battle for fourth. NKS SMR are 13 seconds behind? And Sean Clark Racing GT3 have lost 14 seconds the last lap, so they were in something.
Yeah.
But that's the Sean Clark Racing car in third place, and there's definitely damage on the front. You know, this might not be done just yet for that final.
Might not be. So there's a battle for fourth in DPI, and for third might be a battle for third in GT3.
Actually, there is a battle for seventh in DPI. This is Fastbender FPV versus IRT Portugal. For position. Or seventh. And actually, big pace difference. 52s for IRT, 50 mids for Fastbender FPV. And this should not be too difficult of an overtake with just 13 minutes to go in this one. 6 hours of racing. Well, they've met on track with just a couple minutes to go. I think that's going to be a position switch, and that's going to hurt IRT Portugal. Well, they've persevered, they kept going, but it just never came to them. I mean, they've been slow the whole way through. Obviously, that incident at the beginning beginning, but got the car fixed, and they've just not had the pace today for some reason. A team that we often see at the front. Oh, wow. A team that we often see at the front today has just struggled massively.
Yeah, seems like it's not their day.
So NKS SMR closing in a little bit, but it's not much.
A little bit too little. Too late for them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they've been catching up this whole time, I feel like, but
Well, that whatever that was for Sean Clark Racing third in GT3, that 2 minutes 16 lap time, probably they got into something. That's what was the main time difference for NKS SMR, yeah. And probably the Sean Clark Racing was not that slow at that lap. Probably the gap would be bigger and will not be decreasing. We didn't follow them too closely.
yep.
Mid-lap crisis, 1.3 seconds behind Bing Bong Racing.
Yep. Closing in. Definitely closing in. This battle's definitely still on. On mid-lap crisis, they found something because that is their fastest lap of the race so far. Now that they see a battle for position, they've woken up and are gonna fight. 1.7 that gap now. See if they keep this pace up. That'll be enough to win. Not to win, to finish fourth. To win the battle.
Yeah.
To win, it's gonna be Sean Clark Racing. DPI unless their computer explodes and the other guy is not connected, but I think only a disconnect will stop at this point. Mercedes off. Looking at GT3, Sean Clark Racing are right now 67 seconds ahead of the RLFPV machine.
Safe. Basically, they are safe. Second place also. Quite a good gap. Mid-lap crisis seems to not have the best luck with the GT3s on this lap. Oh, and a lockup.
But actually, they've gained time. Gap is down to 1.5, so maybe Ping Pong have had an even worse time. It is on board with mid-lap crisis. I think it's a new set of tires for them, because that car looks beautiful out on track right now. Just hitting every apex and going really, really fast. And I don't think there's any more fuel saving in it. It's just all out now. To the flag and gained a tenth or so through Sunset Bend. Again, 5 tenths gained this lap. Only gonna get closer and closer.
There's not a lot of time. Basically, what we have 3, maybe 4 laps.
Yeah, I think we'll have 4, yeah.
So one thing is catch up, another is to make a pass.
And actually, this is gonna hurt Bing Bong more than it does mid-lap, because mid-lap's gonna get one of them on the straight. We'll see if he can get the other one on the straight.
I
he
think
just about
should.
might into the braking zone.
Yeah.
Has to be brave. Does do it into the braking zone. It's late, but it has to be done. And now, Bing Bong, they have to make moves. They have to go to the outside here. That's not good for them, but they get past. Now mid-lap is being held up a bit more, and they do get past as well. Gap has come down. It's under a second now, 0.8. It's at 0.9. And now, lap prices have to think, how do I overtake? Because the front's not going to turn. The car is going to be difficult to drive, but the gap has come down. And now is a fantastic chance for mid-lap prices could go up to P4. Up mid-lap prices, and traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, because much all that time they gained, they've now lost that one piece of traffic. But these slow turns, how much mid-lap prices gains. That's the benefit of having a completely fresh set of tires, newer than what Bing Bong have. Cap now down to 0.4 in the slow turns. Mid-lap prices doing fantastic.
Look how much he came closer on the brakes.
Catching up a lot, and now it is a real fight for position. By the way, the 9th place Tracknard car has just, I just noticed they've started doing their personal fastest laps. 39.7 last time round. They're the running last in terms of the running DPIs, but they found some magical pace from somewhere and just started putting in great lap time. They're actually the 2nd fastest car on track.
Where was this pace? All of the race.
Forgot, maybe? Remember, they need to push with 5 minutes to go in this one. Well, however much they push, they're not going to gain a position. But yeah, struggled throughout the whole race, and now they've just found lap time.
Oh, a better exit, so...
Yep, better exit, and actually, Bing Bong don't even fight that one. And the
GT3 might, yeah.
Yep, it's gonna hold up Bing Bong. Oh!
No, oh, contact.
That should be fine. GT3 actually would have held up Bing Bong more, but mid-lap crisis backed out of the move. And then, yeah, had to come into the turn together with Bing Bong, but yeah, mid-lap crisis. Bing Bong just didn't fight that one, and they could have. I mean, it's 3 laps to go. You could probably hold on for 3 laps.
Well, I think that the exit of mid-lap crisis to that straight was way better.
You know, hold the inside there.
Sure.
You can see that GT3 coming up. You can box the other guy in. He's not
so
any choice.
Maybe didn't think about it, and the mid-lap crisis did exactly what they have to do: box them in.
Look at this. This is GT3 leader down to the pits. Short
splash and dash.
Yeah, that's a complete splash and dash. They've splashed maybe 5 liters into that thing, and it's gonna go to the end. And here we go. Sean Kart Racing comes out of the pits. Where is the FPV car? Oh, it's not even close.
So they probably tried with the hards and full gas, full petrol to go up until the end, yeah, and just did not make it.
Wasn't far. I mean,
it wasn't.
4 minutes to go. And this is the overall race leader. 3 minutes to go, so that's 2 laps remaining for them. Kart Racing DPI they haven't led every single lap, but they've done an incredible job, and they haven't led laps purely because they were stopping for the long earlier. Not because they were slower at any point of the race. They've just been the fastest car, and they're going to win by 1.5 laps. That's massive. They're going to overtake third place by 2 laps.
Wow.
Actually, what has happened to Trackguard? Because that gap has come down massively. It's only 9 seconds between them and mid-lap Crisis. They lost 5 seconds last lap. There's 2 laps to go.
Yeah,
Look at how slow they're coming into the corner.
Damaged car.
Maybe 5 seconds lost last lap.
Or are they saving fuel?
But they pitted quite late. They pitted with 20 minutes to go. It would be,
Well, they can still make a mistake in calculation.
I mean, that would be pretty crazy if they actually made a mistake in calculating the fuel when they had nobody behind them.
Well, last lap was 55, so maybe there was just a little bit of a mistake on their part.
Yeah, but they were about half a minute ahead. Remember,
Half
ahead
a
of
minute.
mid-lap Crisis.
Okay.
So they've dropped 20 seconds somewhere. If that's fuel, that's a massive miscalculation.
Yeah, probably not fuel. Let's see what this lap. Yeah, let's see what this this lap time will be for them.
Isn't it? If that's fuel, that would be
54.
Yeah, 2 laps to go. 1 lap to go, actually. I think we're on the final lap of the race. Where's the leader? Here he is. So, yep, this should be the final lap. I don't know if that's fuel, though. Doesn't sound like they're lifting that much. Doesn't look like they're going very fast either.
Well, I would probably guess that they had a contact and they have suspension damage.
That could be, because we actually have a board view like this. Wheel looks straight. Yeah, wheel is straight. I don't think it's going to be enough for mid-lap Crisis. That gap's still at 3.8 seconds. I think they're just about going to get to the end. We'll come back to it if we see it getting any closer. Sean Clark Racing GT3 are actually right behind their sister DPI team. I think they've dropped back because that gap has gone down between them and RLFTV. But Sean Clark Racing, they'll cross the line right next to each other. It is a double win. Once again, Sean Clark Racing take the win in GT3 and in DPI. This is Trackhard, just 2.8 ahead of mid-lap Crisis. It has been a crisis here at the end for Tracknard because they've lost about half a minute. If there was one more lap in this race, I think they would lose the position, but there's not. Tracknard Racing are gonna take third by 1.6 seconds at the line ahead of mid-lap Crisis. Great final few runs from them. Bing Bong will finish in 5th. Apex Assassin will be the car to finish in 6th place. And 2nd is Attack Sim Racing. We're going to cross the line right now and finish 1.5 laps behind the leader. Still, great result by them to finish 2nd. They've been untouchable in 2nd position. I think they're the only other car to actually lead this race. This is Apex Assassins. Fastbender FDV are going to finish in 7th. IRT Portugal in 8th, 9th for Tracknard, the other car. FDV Assetto Corsa in 2nd place in GT3. 3rd place in GT3 went to the Sean Clark Racing GT car. NKS SMR in 13th. 14th for International Racing Team, and the highest non-Lamborghini. Customs GTAC finish in 15th. And ignore what it says on the timing on the left-hand side. It's gotten messed up, so through the World Sim Series timing page now. So it is Sean Clark Racing GT in 3rd, 4th for NKS SMR, 5th for International Racing Team Customs GTAC in 6th, 7th for Velociraptor, 8th for Attack Genesis, 9th for Racing Sandwiches, B&B Racing finish in 10th, 11th goes to Schmal Racing, 12th goes to FPS Sim Racing, Bluster Racing Team 13th, 14th for Kamikaze, Team Apex International 1 in 15th, 16th for Phoenix Racing Club, Pirogas Bendita, 17th, 18th for Aeronautica Racing Endurance, 19th for Velociraptor 2 Racing Team, Full Throttle Racing finishes in 20th, 21st for SB Cool FDV Jitsoko Racing, and 22nd for Petrizzini Racing. That is your order for the 6 hours of Sebring on World Sim Series. Next time, we're heading to Spa, the 28th of September, and the 6 hours of Spa on Assetto Corsa Competizione. In half an hour's time, we'll actually be heading to the Dream to Drive semi-finals here tonight. So make sure to not miss that. It's been a pleasure, and thank you, Lucas, for joining me, and see you everyone in half an hour, hopefully.
Thank you for having me. Bye.